of them to our midst. And regarding the MOU, I did tell you that this is the first MOU from or with Bangladesh University, and I invite Father Principal to speak a few words about the networking, because recently we received an award of Best Networking College in India from Xavier Board of Higher Education. So Father, please, a few words about that.
Professor Muhammad Shamshul from Daffodils University, Bangladesh, Dr. Priyadarshini, Dr. Joel, Palikatil Mary Patros, the Vice Principal, Dr. K.J. Wargis, the Dean and the HOD, and respected distinguished guests and faculty members, research scholars, and my dear friends. Very happy that today is going to be another milestone in the networking of Christ College Autonomous Irinjalakuda. As has been mentioned by Dr. K.J. Wargis, last year we got the Networking Award, All India Award of Xavier Board. By having the networking has been made possible because of the interactions and networkings which we are having international tie-ups with Leibniz Institute of Geophysics, Germany, with Zululand University, South Africa, having so many associations with international universities, more than 10 universities, and even the students of international university did study in our department. It was a part of an international credit transfer system that was done by the Department of English, the Functional English program. So for that international credit transfer, which has become, I would say, one of the signature programs, I really want to congratulate and appreciate the Functional English program that has been run by Department of English. That's a wonderful thing. Then as a group, as a team, our teachers were able to present their papers in Thailand. That was another path-breaking event. And now we are going to have a memorandum of understanding with Bangladesh, a university, Daffodils University of Bangladesh. With Bangladesh, this is perhaps the first time the Christ College Autonomous Irinjalakuda, because we are in the southern state, the down south. We are going to have a memorandum of understanding, and we're happy that we have got Muhammad Sham. I think great things are coming. Yeah. Okay, so today and tomorrow you enjoy the, I would say, God's own country, Kerala, and it has been organized, and this is also the cultural capital of Kerala. Cultural capital of Kerala. This part, rich with temples, with natural scenery. You can see Adirambulli, all those things. Everything is quite nearby. Have a wonderful time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Now we will have the MOU signing ceremony between Daffodils International University, Bangladesh and Christ College Autonomous Irinjalakuda.
Yes, and I would like Professor Kwasi and Professor Samir and also Julie ma'am to join. On the stage. All from our department. Come on. Yes. The teachers of Art English department.
Teacher Education Institute at Jamia Millia Islamia. I'm an associate professor, as you can see. So I just thought, let me share with you a few details about how we as teachers, educators, and even students should be knowing a little bit about the learning theories. Because unless we know about the learning theories, how we learn, so we will not be able to understand our students' learning. Students themselves will not be able to know what are the various learning styles I can use to learn any language. So coming from that, I have titled my presentation as Innovative Pedagogies and Active Learning Skills in ESL, English as Second Language Classrooms. In teaching learning environments, what we do, we tell our current and also the aspiring teachers the need to be prepared for teaching our students. And for teacher education, we understand that knowing how students learn is crucial. And with that thought, this paper will have one focal presentation, how active learning can help beginners to become independent learners of English language. So with that thought, we'll go on with this presentation. I'll stick to the time limit. I know I have around 30 minutes or so. Now in active learning, we must all be aware what is active learning. It's not so simple like passive learning where the teacher is the main focus and the students are just passive listeners. In active learning, of course, we have strategies that engage students in discussions, debate, participations through various activities. So it encourages students to think critically and apply their knowledge. So this is actually quite contrary to conventional learning or teaching methods in which student learning is measured by the amount of knowledge transferred by the teacher to the student. So earlier we used to do that, how much of learning is taken place. We used to have very one standard form of pattern of assessment, examination. The content was how teachers transacted content. We were very happy with that. Not much concerned about empowering the learners. But nowadays, the focus is on active learning. Like learning has shifted to students. Teachers are just facilitators. And you can see a recent National Education Policy 2020. India has come up with a major national education policy. This is the third education policy after independence. I mean, we have had over 75 years of independence. So we've just come up with the third policy, national education, which is transformed teaching learning. It talks of many features, but two prime features are self-directed learning. Self-directed learning and lifelong learning. So with these two features, any kind of learning, language learning especially, the focus is just not on teachers, it has shifted to the students. So the onus of learning has been placed on students. The goals are self-directed, students need to have the resources, students should be empowered to develop their own language skills. And besides lifelong learning, it's not just formal classrooms or formal institutions, the medium can be anything. So this is what is focused. So this presentation is focused on that. And we talk of innovative pedagogies because learning is fine, but teachers are the facilitators. So we talk of innovative pedagogies. That means what learning method should be there and how students can learn. From the teacher's side, innovative means the collaboration between students and teachers. So any methodology, any strategy for building active learning should be based on collaboration between students and teachers. So we'll just move ahead. The next slide, please. These are some of the key characteristics of innovative teaching strategies. We know student-centric, active learning, flexibility, adaptability, because different learners have different style, different assessment, technology, you can integrate tools, collaborative. I'll not explain into this. The next slide, please. The problem solving which helps students become independent learners, develop your critical thinking skills. You gave real world, case-based scenarios. A lot of things, not going into that. Continuous assessment, because feedback is very important. I am here, I aspire to be here. So what is that gap? So that gap can be found out by the teachers and they can fill up. So those kind of continuous assessment, the feedback, provision of feedback mechanism is primary. Individualized learning, we have students with different learning needs and styles. So that needs to be tapped into. Real world relevance, that means communicative competence. I may not look into the grammatical accuracy, but my communicative competence, that's in terms of spoken English, right? In terms of spoken English, if I can communicate, I may not look into the grammatical structure. The message has to be conveyed, communicated, fine. But in writing, I would need grammatical accuracy, of course, but that's again a higher order skill of the English language. But here we're focusing on just the active skills. Then cultivation of soft skills, along with language learning, is just not the communication, your team management, your body language, your time management, collaboration, all that goes on. The next slide, please. Okay, just one frame here. Why are we studying, why are we going through this kind of content in an international conference? Maybe many of you would be aware, but just to, brush up again, UNICEF, all of us know what UNICEF is. Now, UNICEF has this global transferable skills framework, which every 21st century learner must be aware of, be it a teacher or be it a student. So they've come up with certain innovative learning skills in which communication, digital literacy and media is certainly one of them. So when we talk of communication, is language learning. So we need to be aware of UNICEF's global transferable skills, which are learning skills. So I think a couple of skills, I'm not going into those, but we can be aware of this. That's why it's paramount that in a language learning, we should be aware of what skills are in demand. Next slide, please. Okay, now before we go into what is learning, I'll just share a little bit of the learning theories, which I feel, coming from the field of teacher education, is important for language learning, because these are the environments teachers can create in classrooms to help students or learners, especially in an ESL classroom, English as second language learning classroom, to become active and independent learners. So it's not just the strategies which are important, but teachers must be aware of which strategies work and what are the kind of learning environments, the learning theories. The first is the cognitive learning theory. I'll not focus on the first part, just the last part. Now here, this theory tells us that learners learn anything, even it's the language, through two forces, external and internal. That means the external stimulus is provided by the environment and the teacher has to motivate. So the psychologist was Jean Piaget, who had actually worked on the cognitive, the mental processes. That means here is saying learning is a very active process. Teachers need to create those learning environments, give resources. Students have to process cognitively, okay, think, processing. At the same time, the stimulus has to come from the environment, externally. Teachers need to motivate. So they were like rewards, and then the mental processes are important. So here, this theory talks, students can understand their thought process, it can help them learn. So that means teachers should create an environment by asking questions. It should be an input rich, give them the ability to think critically, ask questions, allow them to make mistakes. Because only the person who thinks, who works, who does something will make a mistake. The one who makes no mistake is the one who does nothing. If I'm just sitting quietly, I will make no mistakes, but I should be an active learner, I should be allowed to make mistakes. So this is one strategy teachers could use in making active learning. The next one, please. Behavior theory. Behavior theory started in all a part of psychology. 19th century America, it started. Now in behaviorism, what we do, learning can only be done through external forces. That means the learner readiness may not be there, learner is not willing, but the teacher should be able to create that kind of learner readiness. That means it's all through motivation, reward, even through punishment. Remember, certain teachers say, oh, you haven't done this, you'll be punished. This is what this theory says, but not necessarily this is correct. This can be one strategy. For small children, if they are very good in certain tasks, like task-based language competency, it's small tasks you give for reading, writing, speaking. So teachers can give them small tasks. If they complete those tasks, you can reward them. So it's a reinforcement theory. So if teachers use this kind of reward, I won't say punishment, though this theory says negative reinforcement, but it talks of the positive reinforcement, we can help students learn concepts better. So this is one learning theories facilitators or language teachers can use to build up language skills. Here also you can ask students to make a lot of mistakes. It's an experiential learning. Next slide please. Constructivism. Constructivism means students construct their own knowledge. Basically this is the concept of not of tabula rasa. Like students don't come with blank slate. All children come with a cultural baggage. They come with some end of their past learning experiences. So whenever they come to a new learning, they learn something new, they assimilate it into their already previous knowledge, and together with that they construct their own knowledge. That means earlier they could have little understanding. Through interaction with the environment, could be teachers, resources, they learn the concepts better, and then they come up with they construct their own knowledge. So this, you can use it for adult learning, you can use it a lot for active learning, because students can engage with the environment. So this is one of the theories teachers of language need to know, how constructivism, how you can help students learn language based on their previous experiences. One simple way is through translation. I think my colleague who were together, Professor De La Cruz, will through this method he has learned a lot. He has learned a lot of Malayali language words which even I haven't picked up. So he's used this active thing. Maybe he'll share in his presentation. You just take up a word. Even now here, what is water known as, bottle known as. So you give this active construction from the environment and you pick them up. Up next slide please. Humanism learning theory. I think in a world of AI, humanism is paramount. We are so much technology driven that it's not just technology in the apps we need to be human. Humanism focuses on that. We're looking into the human element. Now what does it say? Help students, the last paragraph you can see, teachers need to create those environments where we can help students reach their self-esteem or the self-actualization. Self-actualization means, there is a Maslow's psychologist given a hierarchy of needs, pyramid. Bottom of the needs, he talks of biological need, food, and shelter, safety. If you go beyond that, then it comes to your love and belongingness. Beyond that, it comes to your self-actualization. Now teachers, if they create, comfortable place, create a safe environment for students to learn, like, oh, I don't know this, I'm so scared, I'm shivering. Teachers shouldn't do that. Please let me know how much time also I have. I shouldn't overshoot. And at about 10 more minutes, yeah. So I'm just trying, these are learnings. So if we can have this humanistic learning thing, that means create an environment which doesn't have any phobia, which is fearless. Students can learn in that environment. And even our national NCF, National Curriculum Framework 2005 talks about joyful learning. Create a learning environment where students are not afraid to make mistakes. So, and teachers have to support that kind of learning. Next slide please. Experiential learning, I think this is what we all need, learning by doing. You go to visit sites, just pick up words through grammar translation, communicative competence, direct language method. So these are areas in which you can use. So we need to have students get to real world experiences. The next slide please. Thank you. Social learning. This is very much important. Social learning can be a powerful tools in the hands of teachers for active learning. I will not talk into the Bobo doll experiment which Bandura had talked about, but here social learning means you transform student into the real world experience, put them into real life experiences. Like the first thing is motivation, and here is through imitation modeling. Teachers can model. The best thing is teachers need to model language learning either in terms of pronunciation, grammar, accuracy. So teachers have to be also an active learner, an active role model. This is what it talks about, because the learners learn best by imitation and modeling. This is what this theory talks about. Next slide, please. Connectivism. Now, this is one of the newest models. This learning theory has come from the field of technology. It's come as recent as 2004, 2005. Here is actually where we make digital connections and connectivism, networking to learn something. Conference is one example of connectivism. We are learning, we are connecting, we are making connections. Teachers of English language need to get students connected to any of these devices. It could be either a mobile phone. Students use a lot of gaming apps. So teachers can get them connected to whatever they like. It could be a hobby, it could be any person. They might need to imitate a person. The way a person conducts English, speaks English, students might like to connect. So connectionism, it can be very simple. So teachers need to connect it to those kind of places. Next slide, please. Transformative learning. This was done by Jack Mezziro, used on adult women. Now here, new learning was found that adults especially can make, it's not that what is learned I cannot unlearn. This theory talks of unlearning, reskilling, relearning. That means we need to change our learning accordingly and create spaces. This is an inclusive learning theory. It means you need to accommodate different learning styles and not just one style according to situations. So transformative. That learning experience will change the way you think and feel. So this creates room for multiple perspectives, looking at things differently, having different learning outcomes for different learners. You do not have the same learning outcome. So all that. Next slide, please. Just the crux. Basically, learning theories should be able to facilitate, teachers as facilitators or language learner teachers should be able to use a mix of innovative pedagogies, not one style. It can be different. Can we go to the next slides quickly? These are innovative teaching methods, project-based, we all know, give students gamification. Gamification is one thing which can all use. You must have used it also as students, learners. You see when you do certain games, word games, there are rewards. You get points, right? And you get coins. You can use them. So these are methods, innovative methods, which teachers can use. Lot is given in the language learning apps, so teachers can use of them. The next slides, please. The next one, please. I've just said that. Inquiry-based. Inquiry-based talks a lot about critical and thinking. Students are allowed to ask questions. We have shifted to a democratic classroom climate. Like if the classroom culture is one of dominance of just by the teacher, when there's a teacher who talks, it's not interactive. Then that gets difficult for language learning. Cooperative, communicative, students are put to real life situations. Here we don't focus on the grammatical accuracy, but we want to talk of language meaning. I always share an example here in community competence. Suppose you're traveling in a bus in London and you're not a non-native speaker, right? But you just want the bus to stop and you want to get down the bus. So what will you say? Stop. I want to get down the bus. And the bus would stop. Your purpose, your communication would be solved. Communicatively you're correct. Stop. I want to get down a bus. But grammatically it's incorrect. We don't say get down a bus. Grammatically it's stop. I want to get off a bus. But your message is served. So we look into real life situations. So you don't need to be always grammatically correct. We look into the writing when we look into grammatical accuracy. But communicatively, we can speak whatever makes sense. If the other person can understand, great. That's what we need to focus on. Later, that's high order writing skills. You can focus on the grammatical accuracy. Because LS, listening, speaking, reading, writing, it progresses naturally. So accordingly, you should come up with those strategies. You cannot teach them, even though we say language should be taught in an integrated manner, but we need to be flexible. We need to see which skills need to be taught where. Next slide, please. Flipped classroom, we can use this where teachers already give pre-recorded messages or videos of language learning. Students can learn it, and then teachers can, in the classroom, they can just do discussions. No need to come for teaching. Like what I'm teaching, had I given this last night, maybe you could have read about it. Today we could have just had an active discussion. It's not like I'm doing a PPT here. I could have already given this material last night. I've asked you to read these questions. And a lot of apps I can use like Kahoot and all that to make questions. So all that can be used. Next slide, please. These are methods, materials, resources that promote literacy. I'll just go. I think I'll just go with this. This is one way where language facilitators can use. This is a tic-tac-toe diagram. It's of course taken from the Access Center for Improving Outcomes for All Children. Here, a teacher can ask students not to work on all of these blocks. There are 9 blocks here. So you can ask them, okay, you choose any row, either horizontally, vertically, or diagonally. So students can have a choice. So this way, the unique learning styles of all students can be catered. Maybe somebody could just write 2 paragraphs about the setting. Somebody doesn't want to write. Somebody could just say, write a poem about 2 main events in the story. So it's about personalizing learning. So these are, write a song, best way to learn language. The next slide, please. Okay, this I'd like to say, we know about, since Harvard Gardner's multiple intelligence theory is into play, we have different learners, different learning styles. So with different linguistic types, different learning types of Howard Gardner's, the 8, linguistic, logical, mathematical, visual, spatial, musical, bodily, kinesthetic, interpersonal, intra, naturalistic. See, these are the learner characteristics. If you look into the second column, these learners who are linguistically oriented, if their learning style is linguistically, that means they learn through words. They'll be very good in reading, writing stories. So, what is the best learning theory? By saying, hearing, so experiential learning, connectionism, connectivism, these are the activities teachers can organize. Okay, so this goes on. I have less time, so I will not read into all these theories. But if teachers are aware of these kind of things, basically you just have to be aware, any language learner, and you can utilize them in any language learning. Next slide, please. Useful resources. There is Khan Academy. I've just highlighted it. Lot of language learning resources for a teacher, for a student. These are learning platforms. You can use it. It's very individualized and customized, so teachers can use it for language learning. Next slide, please. EdTech. This is at times US based, but it can be paid, but some are free. They'll also give you a lot of professional development activities, so as language learners and students also utilize them. You can subscribe to their newsletters and they'll give you the information about the kind of activities they organize. Next, please. Gamification, Kahoot. You can use this tool. I have also used it. You can make it to make small programs, and accordingly you can ask questions and you ask students. It's just a 2-minute, 3-minute video. Unless students answer the question, they will not be able to move to the next level of the video. So this is a kind of generating interest and curiosity. And we have talked about connectionism. So teachers have to connect students to devices or any kind of resources they enjoy. So mobiles are big way nowadays. So then project based, please go on next. Again, these are there. We also all know about ITEP exams. These are free exams we can all take to test our learning skills. So nowadays the concept of self-directed and lifelong learning. Students themselves should also take ownership of their learning. Any language skill, you cannot wait, oh, my teacher would come and teach me. Unless I have the readiness within me, the learner readiness, I will not be able to learn. It's like you can take the horse to the well, but you cannot make the horse drink water. Unless that student's ownership, readiness of language learning is there, well, it will be still difficult to have that. So ITEP, next slide please. Technology, we know how AR. So Google expeditions are there. It's a virtual reality. Students can go there and they can learn different languages. Suppose I take a Google expedition, I can go to Manila, I can go to Philippines, I can go to Bangkok, or I can go to Bangladesh and see, then I can learn language within that context. So these are new things which can be learned. Next please, games. Okay, these are innovative ways to teach grammar, wall dictation, these are games. Next slide please. I mean, I can just say songs, quizzes, inductive method. Teachers can use all of them. This is a good site, weareteachers.com. Maybe you can make use of this site. There are 30 plus games to ways to learn English grammar. These are very innovative methods. If you want to learn, we as teachers and students can go through this. Next slide, please. Next one, please. Okay, the benefits are tremendous. I will not go into this. Can we move to the next slide, please? We know it has. Please carry on. Innovative. Okay. This is how teachers can use. In ESL classrooms, there are language labs which can be used to deeply utilize like English pronunciation, headsets. Even in the mobile phones, you use the dictionary, you see how it's pronounced. So a lot of these labs, resources are there. The next one, please. AI, personalized, automotive, lot of platforms we discussed. All these things can be utilized. The next one. Design thinking process. Design thinking is you give them it's usually used a lot in the environmental or in localized context. So here, what happens maybe in a community, suppose you want to teach students or language learners English pronunciation. So you can give a problem to ask students to do a research, go into the field, do a problem, and they can construct a design of teaching English to the community. But they have to test this also. In design thinking, they have to test a model. So these are advanced ways of learning English. Please can I move on? Jigsaw, inquiry-based, peer feedback. Crossover teaching, this is one I'd like to say, and I think this is what the conference is all about. Interdisciplinarity, intersectionality. Now here, maybe I can use literature and language together, two disciplines to learn a language. Suppose, given an example, a history teacher and a literature teacher might coordinate, and then you can learn about history through language, okay? Or about language, you can learn about history. So you can coordinate, you can discuss specific historical period, historical documents you can see. Then you can see how language can be used to learn both. This conference is all about exploring interdisciplinary areas, and we can use them. We should be able to begin. Next, personalized. Please move on to the next. Problem-based, we have discussed, but I'm not teaching it. Here we talk about mistake. The mistakes students make could be the teaching moments teachers can utilize. You can ask learners to take cognizance of their own errors, and it can be fun. Okay, what is the mistake? Find out the mistake, and learners will be able to learn more. So these are so any kind of learning strategy can be innovative. Collaborative, yes, we know what it is together. So technically tips, be clear, understand your students, please move on. Adequate resources, collaboration, please move on the slide, thank you. And then student feedback, that's important. Students, you should have collaborative, what's your problem? Students should be able to, it's a kind of having a very democratic classroom environment where learner autonomy is at the central stage. Stay informed, updated, continuous professional development. Carry on, please move on. What strategies one should avoid? Long lectures, ignoring student diversity. One method we shouldn't use. And we shouldn't feel that one method I'm teaching, it will suffice all my students. So this diversity of teaching learning material should be there. Integrating technology. Excessive testing. But don't go into, that's what I said, don't go into correctness. That example of communicative competence. No, you're wrong. You have to say, I have to get off a bus. You can get down a bus, the message is served, your purpose is served. That's the idea. So don't go into excessive testing. With time, language learning is not so easy. So with time, you can have correctness built into one's language system. Please move on. Fear of making mistakes, it's all right. Move on, next on. Idea is necessity is the mother of invention. With quoting Plato, I would like that. So a need will be the real creator. So accordingly, language teachers should see what listening, speaking, reading, writing strategies can be used accordingly in context. So these are different learning styles of learners. So teachers could use any of the styles to practice language skills or to develop or enhance language skills. But to use these strategies, teachers or language learners must be aware of these strategies oneself. Like which are the learning theories I could be used, and based on those learning theories, I can develop my lesson plan to do it. You could develop a lesson plan with your students too, because you can ask students to give them the digital resources, because students are actually digital natives. They know technology much more than us. Okay, we are the digital immigrants. Students can help you. So collaborative learning is needed. The next slide, please. The conclusion is there. I think that's it. Conclusion. Can you just move on? And the references. Yeah, that's it. Thank you so much. even if you cannot frame, maybe it's difficult, maybe you can ask later also through email. We are still there. We can use a lot of technology.
Okay, so we'll have tea right now. Palikatil Mary Patros, who is also the Vice Principal, to give the memento. Please, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. We have the next speaker here, Dr. Priyadarshini Muthukrishnan. I invite Ria Mary Kuriakos, Assistant Professor of Department of English, to introduce the speaker.
From St. Xavier's College of Education, TNTEU, University, Chennai. Her academic qualifications are complemented by her experience as a senior secondary school teacher in India and Malaysia. A renowned expert in her field, Dr. Priyadarshini has been an invited speaker at numerous conferences, sharing her insights and expertise with national and international audiences. She has also published extensively in reputed journals, including Scopus and care-listed publications. Her research interest and expertise lie in the areas of education, research methodology, and teacher education. Dr. Priyadarshini has supervised numerous students at the undergraduate and postgraduate levels and has taught a range of courses in education. Currently, she teaches courses in research methods, educational administration, and project paper in Master of Education and Diploma in Education programs at INTI International University. Today, she will be sharing her insights on a very timely and relevant topic, language, culture, and AI, fostering global competence in education. This talk promises to be a thought-provoking exploration of the intersections between language, culture, and artificial intelligence in the context of global education. I deem it a great privilege to welcome Dr. Priyadarshini for the talk. Ma'am, please.
Good morning, everyone. Today is the Day 2 conference, and I'm sure you're so much thrilled like the Day 1 and one more day to go. Yeah, thank you very much for the very warm welcome and the introduction note. I take this moment to thank especially Dr. Varghese and also our Reverend Father Dr. Jolie. So it has been an immense pleasure interacting with Dr. Varghese, and he has been a very good friend now. We have been in for the past 6 months only, but we have built a very good friendship with Christ College. Okay, so let me go with my topic for today, that is something interesting, language, culture, and AI, fostering global competence for students, especially in education. So as an educator, especially as a teacher educator, and now my research areas are more into AI, exploring the potentials as well as the challenges within the scope of AI that is transforming education. So that's my area of interest now, currently, like everyone. So I thought this would be very relevant to today's topic on language culture, and then how AI bridges and blends together these two important aspects of life. Yeah. Okay. So I have. So my discussion points will be around these topics, that is the AI in language learning and how it is important for global competence. And then moving on with the challenges that are ahead and how we are going to face these challenges. And then finally, what is the way forward in shaping language teaching, or as such, like language development, especially in the focus of English language. So I think nobody will deny to this fact that there is a current AI boom in every sphere of our life, and definitely in education. So it is transforming the way that we teach in classroom, the way we interact, the way we construct knowledge, and also it is very futuristic in the sense, what is 10 years down from now? We are unsure about it, and there are so many of discussions going on that many of our job will become obsolete. It is not going to exist, so how are we going to upskill? So there are several promises and several interesting ways that AI can shape education, as well as there are several challenges, right? So let me touch on this in my coming session. Not sure whether this is so visible. So these are some of the areas where AI has given us very accelerated learning, I would say that. The first one is learner engagement. So how many of you are using ChatGPT for writing assignments? Can you put up your hand? Almost everyone, right? Almost everyone. Is there anyone who doesn't like ChatGPT? Or for that sense, any AI software, Copilot, right? So it has become a part and parcel of our life. We cannot deny that. And interestingly, what is important is how much time we spend with AI is increasing exponentially, no? It is increasing exponentially. In the sense, when the technology was invented, like when we start using mobile learning for teaching language or for that any sense, we use technology, and there were how to use effectively technology in the classroom is like mobile assisted learning or computer assisted learning, CALL, or MALL, mobile assisted language learning. And now we are into AI assisted language learning, right? So there are several ways that student can engage and make meaningful interaction with AI, yeah? Then there is instant feedback. You need not wait for a long time for your teacher to correct. You can ask ChatGPT to check your math work or English work, correct grammar, instantaneous. So that actually bridges the gap between teaching and the feedback. When this is minimized, then the learning is effective, right? The more the feedback is delayed, the learning is ineffective. This is proved scientifically. So this instantaneous feedback will also allow learner engagement, right? And then we have different tools for teachers to offload the way they teach, and also for the students to offload, or like, you can make your teaching assistant or AI assistant. That is going to be coming very soon, maybe in another 2 years. We all will have our AI assistant. It can be in the form of something that you can offload most of your routine tasks that requires automation. And mostly we have to be into networking or interacting with students, because that is what AI is lacking, right? And then we have chatbots. So in future, we will have books with chatbots. So every book now already it is available, but it is not available as open resources where we can interact because it is still at the high-end side, or it is only some of the books are available. But soon you see every book is going to come with chatbot. So now there are AI websites that you can interact for the content, right? And then personalized learning, of course, this is very important. And then we have AI-powered translation, which I'll be touching later. So there are different ways that we can interact. It's not just for language learning, but in totality, any type of learning, yeah? So now moving into global competence, right? So there is always that we are at the crossroad, right? Cultural identity and global identity. Our citizenship, our cultural citizenship, and now we are moving into global citizenship. So are we global or are we local, right? So it is important that if you refer to UNESCO recommendations or any educational policy recommendation in any country, it greatly emphasizes on building global competence of students. And nevertheless, it is understood, it's also for educators, of course, yeah? So what is global competence? So it's not just my own, within our own boundary, as this conference goes, transcending the boundary, going, beyond the boundary to reach out, right? So here are some of the important skill sets and knowledge and value that we should develop from global competence to develop. So one, I would say, is critically analyzing the diverse setting, right? And interconnectedness of people and system. And we, at one point, we are trying to ignore the history. But it is important that we should know the history because it is part of the culture. The moment we ignore history, we are gone, right? So the way, are we going that far from culture, language? Because these are the binding forces for every culture. Language identity, cultural identity are very important. So moving to put AI for every system, then are we neglecting these important identities of the community, right? So this is something challenging. So we may deploy or we may use AI, but at the same time, we should have our cultural identities, yeah? And we have those cultural values and attitudes should be retained, right? And diversity is important. Okay, in developing global competence doesn't mean it's a unitary factor, but there is diversity and there are multiple perspectives, and we allow people to bring in different perspective to discussing a particular issues, yeah? And of course, the very important one as SDG, we are looking forward for promoting SDG in all our aspects, sustainable development goals, yeah? So these are the key knowledge, values, and attitudes that encompasses this, this global competence. Okay, so there are several promises and pitfalls where we have this language, culture, and AI. Let's look into it. So one of the AI promises is cultural immersion. So just extending to the point just now I discussed, right? Are we going away from culture, or are we going to nurture the culture? Because this is the focus of today's session, language, culture, right? So how can we nourish the culture within the community with AI? So there could be simulations like Prof mentioned virtual reality, and so there are several ways of teaching students to, maintain the cultural identities. And AI is a bridge to acquire multilingualism. So definitely you can be multilingual because you no need any more tutor or finding a tutor and paying for the tuition fee. You just subscribe any application and you can start learning any language, right? So that is one interesting thing. And then instantaneous translation. This is so amazing in my experience in my class. My master's class, most of them are Chinese students from China, international students. Most of them are competent to understand and comprehend what is going on in class. But then some of them, they are just rely on the translation. So when I am teaching, they get live translation of what I'm teaching, say for example, just now. So they will be looking at the mobile. So it's not that they are not looking at you, but they are actively constructing knowledge through these translation devices. So I asked my class, is your app at the last row, can it hear my voice? More than whether you hear my voice, can the app detect my voice clearly? And sometime I read to my translation, it's so funny. It takes some random words and I don't know how they are able to construct knowledge. So it depends on the efficiency of the translation app that they are using, right? So anyway, we are not lost. So maybe nowadays conferences, I can speak in my own language. Say I can speak in Tamil and everybody have your device. And translation is possible and you all can see the translation. So I retain my cultural identity. I need not go for a foreign language. To learn, try hard and learn, right? So these are the ways that we can retain our cultural identities, yeah? And language preservation and embrace diversity. I think this is very important. We are not going behind AI for that, monotonous world. We need diverse people, diverse thinking and creative thinking and critical thinking people. Now, so this is something with virtual reality and simulations, we can bring in the cultural identity of this. So I think it touches on every discipline. Like for engineering, where they go, how mine workers, they extract gold, or like any dangerous spots, then the virtual reality medium is created where the students get the interaction in that space, and then when they go to the real site, they get more in-depth understanding, yeah? Okay, so how are you using AI to learn language? This is my burning question. So when we ask questions to the students, that's fine, that has been going on. Teachers, they always ask questions to the student, and that's the part and parcel of teaching, very important. Now, what I am curious, and maybe many of you may be curious, is I ask you the question now, what question do you ask to your AI or the ChatGPT? So, what question do you ask to AI to get the answer? Do you type the same question or you break the question the way you want? How do you do? Maybe I would like to hear some responses. Yeah. Yeah, so now you have this technical term, prompt engineering. so high tech that you need to, tap to the ChatGPT's response in a way that it brings you exactly what you want, right? So you really have to have the prompt, how to define the question, otherwise you are lost, right? So that is something interesting, how we construct knowledge, especially in language learning. Now, there are two things like what we have in language learning or generating, because content is basically language, right? Now, we have human content. Now, the AI models, or LLMs, large language models, are dependent on the existing the content that is created by humans in the past. Now, think about down the road, 5 years, we are generating large number of AI content, right? And our ideas our creativity or new human content becomes very less in another 5 years. Out of the large databases, what we have could be more of AI content. And surprisingly, we have also AI where we say about humanizing models. There are several humanizing models but now humanizing AI. So the content that is generated, my students all they prepare content and then they have some humanizer AI and they go and touch up their content language in humanizer because it gives you the human touch. And it is not like very mechanical machine language. It has that human touch. So what are we looking at? Are we looking at humanizing the content or creating content? This is a very important question now we have. As students, now you start using more of for your writing. Say, for example, creative writing. ChatGPT can give you instantaneously 3 pages of creative writing. So in another 5 years, would you be able to do creative writing on a topic? We will be highly dependent on ChatGPT. But then the ChatGPT generates, you have to keep updated with the human content. Only then it is applicable. Because knowledge, see, in citations, when we cite the work in references, we don't want anything before 5 years. We want it to be current and relevant. And the same thing goes to the AI content, because the AI content, you need to update the basic language system that is fed to it. And if it is not being updated, we are going to rely on before 5 years content. And that is obsolete again. So what I'm stressing at this point is never stop learning language, because at one point it will be all machine language, or the language that is written, the content that is available will be totally by machine, that is by AI. The real human written content will be lacking in the future. And you know, for what writing skills you require a lot of skill sets under, sub-skill sets to do a creative writing, like a poetry or a story writing, for that sort, any kind of writing. Yeah, so I really want emphasis to all students here, language students, please use your AI tools to upskill yourself. Don't be over-dependent on using AI tools. Otherwise, down the road, we will not have that human content, but you can humanize the content, which is irrelevant, right? So this is something I want to put forth to this forum. So yeah, there are other challenges. Let me quickly touch on that. So English is a prevalent language system in the world, well acknowledged, though the, only 20% of the world population is speaking English, but it is a dominant language. So same like the other technology, the system that is built on English, it goes to the AI also, because all language models and all AI models are dependent on English. Now, how about something in Malayalam or in Tamil? Or, for India, we have many languages, right? So how are we going to create or support system using this, right? So this is one of a challenge. And of course, a high and low resource language. Of course, English is a high resource language because several content are available, whereas low resource language is something which is, by small group of people, and it has its own limitations and boundaries to survive in this AI-driven world, right? Because things won't be available in that language. So in a long run, now there are many languages in the almost, very few spoken languages are almost going to extinct like. And I can't remember exactly, once I read that Oxford universities are looking into some of the languages by the indigenous population. Only 1 or 2 are left. and then they are promoting students to learn that language, right? So every culture has this, this richness of language, which we shouldn't lose, right? We shouldn't lose at any point. So in the long run, are we moving towards extensive use of AI where people in arts and humanities, we neglect doing that creative works, then eventually we are going to end up with language erasure. Right, so I think it's a serious one that each of us should have your own flavor, touch, and your own ideas when you write your own essays, right? So I asked my student, okay, this is the question. Everybody go to ChatGPT or my Copilot and ask the question. And it is so monotonous, it is all going to give you with slight changes of the content. Now, if I ask the question before ChatGPT, I get variety of answers, especially for subjective questions. And it's interesting, especially in humanities. Maybe in science, there is one single answer. But in social sciences, there is no single answer for most of the questions. Right? So we need to tap the creativity and not over-dependent on AI. That is something important. And there are several biases in AI system. I don't know how many of you would have experimented, right? You just go and experiment in your own way, in your own flavor. You will be surprised by the responses given by different AI systems, okay? So, can you guess the metaphor hidden in this picture? There is a metaphor hidden in this AI-generated image. Okay, too many cooks can ruin the soup. Melting pot of culture. Okay, good. Okay, thank you for the responses. Okay, it is melting pot of culture. How many of you agree with this AI-generated image? I go to my classroom saying this is melting pot of culture. I want to introduce this phrase to this metaphor or this phrase to my students in 6th standard or 4th standard. And I show this image to teach. Do you agree? Is this really means melting pot of culture? So I told ChatGPT, I'm not convinced with your answer. I wanted to put that interaction also, but I don't want to have too many slides. So I asked ChatGPT, I'm not convinced with your answer. Do you know what is a melting pot of culture? And it said, yes, I know. And then it explained also. That's correct, but then the image that you created, I don't agree with it. Then it apologized, as you should. So I closed that ChatGPT and opened again and asked, okay, now give me a melting pot of culture. And this is the image I got. Do you agree with this? Right? So it's not that whatever ChatGPT or any AI generated content should be convincing you. You need to go in critically to examine what are the intricacies and nuances and the details present within this. It can be a content, it can be an image, or it can be anything for that sort. You should never be convinced with that. You should be examining, scrutinizing with the different elements and aspects present in the content. Only then you are learning. If you fail to do so, you are not learning. Right? So this is something important. So don't just take it blank, right? Examine it. And to examine it, you really need those basic foundational knowledge. So for that, you can use ChatGPT. You can ask ChatGPT, what is this, right? But don't take the answer straight away and construct or define the way you want to learn. And there are so many bias in the content created. Gender bias, so common, you know. I asked ChatGPT, give me a picture of a florist. And definitely, you know, who will be the florist? Female or male? Female, right? Why? Why? Next question is why? So it has content that is stereotypical. It has content that is emphasizing on particular culture and degrading or not highlighting another part. Like we are Asians, we have our own culture and flavor. Is it all available in the internet, right? So you see that is very important. So racial bias, and in several algorithms there are bias, right? And content creation, there are bias, and hallucination. You ask ChatGPT, okay, give me the reference list for this paragraph, okay? ChatGPT gives you excellent list of references with APA format and DOI. You click the DOI, you will land nowhere. There is nothing of that sort. But the author name is correct, the paper title is wonderful, the DOI very well. You cannot blindly copy paste the reference and submit your assignment and you will get the big number, this excellent number. No references. So actually we cannot be dependent on the content that is it is creating, right? So there are incorrect code suggestions and then unrealistic image creation, all that are present. So you need to be very critical, right? So you can be depending excessively for knowledge, fundamental knowledge and understanding to comprehend, but still the higher level of higher order thinking, we call it analysis, critical thinking, creativity, evaluation, all this is still within the domain of us, no? We should hold that responsibility. So there are cultural diversity. Now then, I was not happy with what the image created by ChatGPT. I went to Copilot to ask for, give me a picture of Flores. And I see, okay, this has gender diversity, cultural diversity, right? You can see the people represented here are from different culture, different skin tone, different races, their gender equality to some extent, right? So you need to experiment. You need to experiment the content that you want to learn, right? Don't blindly take it from there. So this is something interesting. So there is so much of synthetic content. The original content is going to be missing, like especially with the language people, you all are the forefront leaders in creating content. If you fail to create content, and also academicians and authors, we fail to create content, all our content will be uniform in the long run. All of us will have the same mechanical AI written tone in our language. We will lose the human content, the real flavor of human generated content, right? So that we should avoid, yeah? So that is the important take of today's session. And this is something interesting. So adding on to what I discussed now, we call it model collapse, because the current content that we are able to generate is based on until 2022 or 23, I'm not sure. They keep updating the system to give the content. So what happened? We generate more of AI content, right? Eventually it builds up more than the human content. Now we have big bulk of human content and less content of AI generated. Eventually we are going to have volumes of this AI generated content. And what will happen after 5 years? Even you can, but we are going to feed not human content into the AI system to run. We are going to feed its own content. Creativity died there. Right? So especially if you are into arts and humanities where creativity is important, you need to develop content. So therefore, coming back to our main point, the global competence, what is emphasized here is to have diversity, be open to cultural differences. Thank you for the reminder. So we have to embrace diversity, right? And embrace critical and creative thinking skill is very fundamental. Those days, like, it has the higher order thinking skills. But now these are the fundamental skills. We need to relook into the Bloom's taxonomy, what we educators promote. Yeah. So, and attitude and openness to embrace different diversity is also equally important. So there are several challenges. One is the ethical concern, right? And the data privacy and bias and disparities. I think I will just move on for the sake of time. Now, how do we overcome challenges? So there are different literacies, right? From basic literacy, from mathematical, arithmetic literacy. Now, the literacy that we need to develop is AI literacy. Right, so we need to know how basically AI functions and how we need to leverage it in a smarter manner so that we don't be over-dependent. We still have our, the higher power thinking and going. So this is something important. And there are several, just not related to AI. So in my classes and in my colleagues, we do this. When they teach multilingual education, so we come together, say from students from Japan, students from Thailand and different countries, we come together. It's like a global classroom. So the lecturers will interact and design assignments, and we will create online interaction between students from different countries, especially when they teach language and culture. And there will be so much of exchanges going on. Right, so this is one way, creating global classroom for the exchange of language and culture. It is very interesting, not the teacher-led instruction, but just a teacher is an instructor, is a facilitator. It works wonderfully. And then virtual exchange programs, I think most students go for now study tour. I think our sister organization, Shinawatra, also very much looking forward for students study tour. Our university also promotes study tour, inbound and outbound study tour program. So these are programs that gives the exposure of culture and language background of different setting. And I think as students, if you get the opportunity, you shouldn't miss it. You just have to go and explore the different background of different culture and educational setting, right? So these are something important to retain the culture. Okay, so now the hot thing is everyone creates mobile app, right? Any of you are interested in creating mobile app for language learning? Like Duolingo is the most popular mobile app used by students. Are you planning to create any apps? I think you should be designing apps, and you can be an entrepreneur. Right now we are moving on into AI assisted or like AI integrated mobile apps. These are wonderful platform for language learning, especially students as ESL students, and in China it is EFL, English as a foreign language, and they struggle a lot and they use a lot of apps to build their language. So if you are interested, to be an entrepreneur as a language student, English language, you should be investing some time learning, creating apps. Okay, so yeah, I think I have touched the key takeaways along my discussion. So what I would like to emphasize here is don't be over-reliant on AI content. Be generous in providing more human content, right? You be generous, not a receiving end, providing end. Okay, you should be the provider, not the receiver, okay? So down the road, we have fresh human content, and which is thriving and which is nurturing the culture, okay? And thank you very much for your patient listening, and I think I didn't go beyond my time, okay? If you have any questions for interaction, I would like to have that, yeah, thank you.
The session is open for questions.
Yes, Dr. Chris.
Good day to everyone. Okay, one personal question that I want to get from you is about being an
Thank you, Dr. Cruz. I think it's a wonderful question where everyone is curious. So, two things I would like to highlight here. One, I'm just doing a research and soon will be publishing a paper on responsive use of AI by research students. So in that interview, I asked my students, are you like openly admit these are the tools that you are using, and what chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3 writing, are you open to share this? And I get mixed views from students. Once they said that they can share if there is university policy, but others said that why should I have to share? It tests my integrity and the way I develop my own work. And following that, I asked my question, like, if you say that your content is 75% AI generator, now are you the researcher or the chat GPT or the AI tool you use as a researcher? So who deserves the PhD degree, right? And that made them to think about it. So yes, this is from my students. So personally, I would say that I encourage my students to use AI. So I tell them, okay, these are my expectations. Say, for example, literature review, I tell them Litmaps, Research Rabbit, everything I show them how to use AI. And I tell them what are the pitfalls, and you don't get trapped into it, but you should know it in a responsible way. So I use this term, responsible use of AI, so that it get into their brain like, am I using it responsibly? Am I using it in an ethical way? Am I not breaching, not to breach any of the policies? So I strongly encourage my students to use AI within the scope of what they need to do. Yeah.
I have a question now.
Okay.
Last question, if I may, Roman.
Yes. Oh, okay.
I'll be loud enough otherwise. My question is, ma'am, a very nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
My question, ma'am, one of the statements you mentioned that it's more important to make human-generated content rather than humanized content. That's your take on this. But I feel to be creation of humanized content is more crucial, because we have a lot of these misinformation, we have a lot of this kind of hate mongering. So these could turn out to be real ethical issues. Like we know this content is created by human beings, of course. So I feel if the content we create is more humanized, we have more principles where AI and its application is used not to harm humans, it's more important. So my take is creation of humanized content is more important than content created by humans. So my take is absolutely the opposite.
Okay, thank
So
you.
to address most of the ethical issues, creation of humanized content is paramount. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Prof. Corsi, if I'm Corsi, yeah. That's a critical discussion as well. Okay, so there are, I mean, from what we discussed, we have original content, human content, AI content, and humanized content, which is again AI content. So among these three, I would still say that human content is something important. Maybe you, but if you ask me AI content or humanized content, maybe humanized content I would say. So among the three, I still have this because the nature of human is to create. We are the creators. So I think among the three, I still go for the human content, humanized AI content, and the least should be the AI content. Why I say so, okay, let me just take a moment to justify, because we don't know what is the difference between AI content and humanized content, and what is the algorithm or the mechanism or the things going on behind this, on what basis they humanize the content, right? So it's very vague, it's unclear. So my take is on the other side, because we don't know the way that AI content is transformed into humanized content. It's beyond our understanding. It maybe a software engineer can understand that. So what are the ethical concerns when this is transformed from AI to humanized content? So that's why I gave my opinion in that way. Yeah. Okay, thank you. I hope we can wrap up the session. I don't want to take much time. Okay, thank you very much. And it was a very immense pleasure interacting with you. Thank you.
We'd like to present Dr. Priyadarshini Muthukrishnan with a memento to show our token of, as a token of our love and appreciation. I invite Ajay Raj, Assistant Professor of English Department, to present the memento. Ma'am, please come to the stage.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have the third plenary session. Speaker, Dr. Joy M. Delacruz, Professor, College of Teacher Education and Home Technology, and Accreditor, Association of Accredited Chartered Colleges and Universities of the Philippines. Let me
A warm good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm Dr. Anusha from the department. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Joy Delacruz, the next speaker. He's from the College of Teacher Education and Home Technology, University of Philippines. He was the former Dean of Graduate School, Abra State Institute of Science and Technology, University of Abra. He got his Doctor of Philosophy in Educational Administration. He's the first life member of Philippines Association of Graduate Education and its National Board of Director. He's also the life member of International Society of Teachers, Administrators and Researchers. Also the life member of International Chamber of Authors, Reviewers and Editors. He's a co-founder of Sign Abroad right from 2016 to present. He holds positions like Director of Academic Related Services Office, Director of Sports and Cultural Affairs, Chairperson of the Laboratory High School, Faculty Trustee, Assist Board of Regent. He also advocates the outreach programs like wheelchair distribution, gift giving, feeding programs, indigenous programs, and so far. He has been the resource person on various conferences on administration, management, leadership, language, arts, and research. He has conducted various researches, presented in various conferences, published mostly in local and international refereed journal and international Scopus Index journal. And he's having more than 35 years of teaching experience. Dear sir, we are really happy to have you here as this next speaker and welcome you, sir, for the session and wish you all an interesting and fruitful session. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Good day to everyone. Just to awaken everyone, I know that some of you feel angry, maybe hungry, waiting that the session will end. May I request everybody, before I will proceed to my presentation, I know you will find it comfortable and you will enjoy also listening with me, with my presentation. Let me introduce to you some awakening song, ang action song, which I usually do every time that I start my class. That is the Philippine setting. I will divide you into three. May have the first first three rows. And then the fourth, fifth, and sixth, and then the last will be the third. You can also join. You join the first three rows, first three lines, I should say. You can also join. Yes, so that you will be, no, we do not need yet that one. Okay, as an introduction of my presentation. Okay, this is an action song where you can feel relaxed, you will be relaxed, and imagine also what is to be prepared for us today for the meal. A Pizza Hut, Kentucky Fried Chicken. A Pizza Hut, Kentucky Fried Chicken. McDonald, Kentucky Fried Chicken. McDonald, Kentucky Fried Chicken. Okay, let's have the action. I hope you can follow me. The first three lines. A Pizza Hut, just raise your arms. And for you to have a sort of exercise, maybe you can put down all your things on your lap. You have to stand as you do the action. Pizza Hut, you have to raise. Okay, let's have a sample. It's a sort of exercise. Pizza Hut, please stand. Only the first line. Pizza Hut, once more. Sing it louder. Pizza Hut, Pizza Hut. And let's have the third. You have to sit down. Exercise, this is an exercise. Let's have the fourth, third, and fifth, sixth. Kentucky Fried Chicken, introduction, please. The next three lines at the back. Kentucky Fried Chicken. Okay, do it again. Sing it with me. Kentucky Fried Chicken, once more. Kentucky Fried Chicken. Kentucky Fried Chicken. Pizza Hut, Kentucky Fried Chicken. Okay, the last row or line. McDonald. Okay, do it for me. You follow after me. McDonald. Say it aloud. McDonald. At the middle, Kentucky Fried Chicken. At the middle. No, the third and the fourth, fifth, and sixth lines. Okay, take your seat once more. This is a form of exercise while singing and doing the action.
Can we do once again?
Yeah, let's do it, everybody, before we will divide the group. Pizza Hut, Kentucky Fried Chicken. Pizza Hut, Kentucky Fried Chicken. McDonald, Kentucky Fried Chicken. McDonald, Kentucky Fried Chicken. Now, let's have the round, starting with the first three rows. Okay, please stand as you see so that you also exercise. Pizza Hut, At the back, Kentucky Fried Chicken. Once more, Pizza Hut, Kentucky Fried Chicken. At the back, McDonald, middle, Kentucky Fried Chicken. At the back, McDonald, Kentucky Fried Chicken. It seems that you are already hungry. Yeah, never mind.
Maybe they want to eat Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Okay. As I am delivering my talk, all you have to do is understand and nourish everything, and I know you will be full in a couple of minutes only, because my slide is only more than 10. It's only 18 slides. It is also a pride and honor for me to thank the people behind this conference for inviting me, particularly Dr. Varghese. I'm extending my wholehearted felicitation and thanks to him. And of course, my friends from New Delhi and other friends that I have just met today. Expanding our connections from the Philippines, from India, from Malaysia to Thailand and other sides of the globe. Of course, may I just introduce to you our country so that time will come, if you have already the means and opportunity to travel and visit the Philippines, you may do so as long as we are still alive and kicking. You are very much welcome to visit the country. If you have heard about the Philippines, okay? Before I will proceed to the research that I have presented to you, since we are talking here about language, literature, and culture, my presentation has something to do with language and culture. Okay. So to start with, let us have this slide. The slides for the Philippine setting. Yeah, that is me as was introduced by the lady, and thank you for that short introduction. For you to familiar more about me, okay, let us have the map of the Philippines. The Philippines, as you can see in the map, it's just an island separated from the biggest map of the world. And then, Philippines actually has 3 islands. which is dominated with more than 700 dialects. The Philippines is divided into 3 major islands. We have the Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. I belong to the north, which is Luzon. So Philippines, as I have said, it has more than 700 dialects, and the focus of the presentation, the paper that I will share to you, is all about the dialects in our own province, which I belong to a certain tribe or ethnic group. Next slide. Okay, in the map, you can see our region. It is at the middle of the different provinces, at the center of the circle. That's why we describe our province, the Cordillera province, which is a mountainous province that has 6 provinces within. So we are surrounded because the province has 4 inlet and outlet. There are 4 entrance and exit, since we are at the core or at the middle, as you can see in the globe, in the map. So these are the different provinces of the province of Abra. Actually, Abra is my province. We have Abra, Apayao, Kalinga, Mountain Province, Ifugao, and Benguet that compose the Cordillera Administrative Region of the North. And the region has 2 cities. That is Baguio, which is the coldest city within the region, where you can really feel the coldness of the environment and the climate. That is my province, Abra. The province of Abra actually has 27 municipalities. To some, they call it districts. 27 towns, and out of these 27 towns, we have what we call 19 ethnic groups and 8 lowland Ilocanos. So Abra is divided into 2. We have the upland and the lowland Tingyans. And Abra has 2 kinds of people living. We have the Tingyans or the Itneg and the Ilocano, and I have both the blood. 75% as an ethnic because my parents belong to that. Since we are in the lowland, I am more on the Ilocano language or dialect. That is the school where I am at right now. It is formerly a college. Now it is by law approved to become a university, but it was not yet fully awarded as a full-fledged university due to some documents to be prepared. But by law, it is already signed, as you can see, the Republic Act, number 11574. Next. So, to give you a brief description, as what I have mentioned, Abra is a province in the Cordillera Administrative Region of the Philippines. Its capital is the municipality of Benguet, the most populous town founded in March 10, 1917. The people of Abra are called Tingyans or Itneg and Ilocanos. That is what I am telling a while ago, that out of 27, 19 are Tingyans or ethnic group, and 8 were Ilocanos. In Hebrew, Abra means the father of many or father of a multitude, while in Arabic, it means passage or crossing. If you are going to look at the history of the province, how it became or called Abra, because of the Spanish word abrir. Yeah, it's the river that flows along the coastal mountains of the province, from the Spanish word abrir to open. The lingua franca of Abra is Ilocano. Why lingua franca? Because this is commonly used entirely within the province, although the province is dominated by ethnic group. And this ethnic group, when they go to the lowland, we used to have the lingua franca, which is the Ilocano. And the Tingyans of Abra are an ethnic group who live in the mountainous region of the province, the Austronesian indigenous people from the upland municipalities. The province consists of 27 municipalities with 19 towns and are Tingyans or Itnegs, and the other 8 are Ilocanos dominated by Roman Catholic. By birth, I am a Roman Catholic. Abra has 11 ethno-linguistic groups, namely Adasan, Balatok, Banao, Belwang, Binungan, Gubang, Inlaud, Mabaka, Maeng, Masadiit, and Muyadan. These different tribes speak different dialects, and they do not have common dialects to use, or the lingua franca. So that is the challenge also of coming up, no, one dialect or language to be understood and used by these people in the land. So that's the brief presentation about the Philippines, about the region, about the province, and my town, and the people. Let's move to So may I now proceed to the study. This is a research output wherein in the implementation of the K-12 program in the Philippines, K-12 program, to complete grade 11 and grade 12 in the educational system, has so many controversies with regards to this, whether the teachers who will be handling the subjects incorporated in the curriculum are ready, they are prepared or not. What is their level of awareness? What is their level of satisfaction? What is their level of readiness to get into or to be involved in this program of the government, the Philippine educational system? So this study evaluated mother tongue instruction in San Juan District, Schools Division of Abra for the school year 2019-2020. That was when I was still the dean of the graduate school. And this was already published. It employed a descriptive, evaluative, and developmental method. So just go after me the flow. And this is actually a general format. In any research presentation, in any fora about researches, when you're going to submit your paper into Scopus Index or any publication for that matter, whether it is CHED-referred or whether it is institutional, this is the general format that we follow in the Philippines. The descriptive evaluative method was used to analyze the level of readiness of the 39 teachers on mother tongue instruction along the developmental domains for kindergarten and literary domains for grade 1 and 3. The extent of use of mother tongue teaching strategies, and the level of availability and extent of use of the instructional materials in mother tongue. Okay, as you can see on that slide, there are so many problems encountered in the educational system. I do not know how is also your setup in India or in other countries regarding the educational system. The developmental method was utilized to develop a training program to improve mother tongue instruction in San Juan District. Frequency count was used, and percentage weighted mean and bivariate analysis were utilized. Majority of the respondents has master's units with 21 years and above teaching experience, mostly teacher 3 in rank, and had attended relevant trainings and seminars conducted at the division level. The teachers' training, seminars, and workshops were not sufficient to prepare and equip them with the skills and knowledge needed in mother tongue instruction. The respondents used a variety of teaching strategies and were versatile in making ways to cater the interests and needs of the learners. From the slides alone, there are so many issues that must be given attention, must be solved, must be attended by the authority. They had varied instructional materials to upkeep the attention and interest of the learners. The instructional materials in mother tongue were described as moderately available, while they were rated sometimes when used in teaching. The study found that majority of the respondents were not adequately prepared to teach mother tongue. The respondents used a variety of teaching strategies and had varied instructional materials. And the instructional materials in mother tongue were moderately available but not frequently used. This study recommends providing more training and support for teachers on mother tongue instruction, developing more mother tongue instructional materials, and encouraging teachers to use more frequently the mother tongue instructional materials. The word used mostly or frequently, so that the language will not die naturally. It should be always used all the time, everywhere, anywhere. So with the use of AI, I remind everyone, but I do not know how you really give importance or focus on the use of it into our lives. As an educator, as a mentor, as a researchers, administrators, and the like, that is dependent on how you give percentage. But for me, honestly speaking, I tell you now in front of you, I am not so much onto the use of AI because I still believe on human intelligence. I will use AI dependent on the content of what paper that I am going to prepare, because the use of the library, printed materials are already losing, because everybody are already holding their technology or gadget. So what's the use of the library holdings already if we, all of us use? So that's also a good researchable area wherein how much time do we use or utilize while using the AI. Everything that we will do. Honestly, in the class, I do not recommend to my students, when they are going to present any paper or any reaction or any reflection, even in the exam, no cell phone to be used. Because it's so easy to detect the output of students that is not their own. Because I still believe that you have to empower the student and let them discover their own weaknesses. Not only their strength on how to use the technology. And it's true. Many young generations right now know so much about the use. They can just click and generate so many things with the use of technology. That is good. Technology facilitates works. But still, that is also a researchable area wherein these generations now, how much time do they devote in using AI? What benefit they can derive from it? Okay. What kind of tool or application in AI do they use? Honestly, some of my researches, that is through the use of AI, using the tool to generate a data, but not to generate idea. The data, to help me also construct a better result. Because after all, that is still dependent on you. How are you going to process the content, what the AI have given you? That is just an information so that you will give an idea. The danger is what will happen if everything is taken through the AI. Well, we have to accept that technology is now the issue or the trend all over the globe, all over the universe. That's why in instruction and in teaching, sometimes as a teacher, you should know how to use the technology, yeah, to facilitate things. Like, for example, the computation of your grades using the Excel, that's part of the technology already, and we can use that. But in the generation of so many ideas that we wanted, although we can do that in a minute, however, with that situation, I still believe on the saying that you have to start discovering and developing yourselves in doing things that is really coming from you, not so much dependent on anything that we have within our reach. So with that, I just hope that I was able, my ideas, it's not that I am contradicting any presentations of anyone from here. That is my own belief and that is also my experience. However, using AIs or different tools in the technology facilitate things, and I accept that. I agree, totally agree with that. But with the generation right now, if possible, to our students, looking at for relative and related studies for additional supplementation on our discoveries, yeah, we can go to Google and there are specific programs or applications like the Mendeley, the Google Scholar, and about the specific tools that is dependent what is the nature of work that you are doing. But to become a developer also of application, that's another thing. That's another skill. But the issue here is how do you develop a paragraph from your own idea and understanding on a specific topic so that you can come up with your own product, not a result of artificial intelligence. Okay, that is just my sharing, and then with that, I just hope that I was able to deliver and share to you what is really happening and the reality of what is going on right now. But our own understanding to what I have presented, your own understanding is dependent also on your own belief, practice, and your priorities in life. So that's all. Thank you. If there's somebody who want to ask question, I am very much willing.
We have 5 minutes for questions.
What I failed to say in closing, when I say thank you in English, gracias in Spanish because most of our language in Filipino is borrowed from Spanish words. In Filipino, maraming salamat. In Ilocano, agyamanak. In our dialect, Tingyan dialect, nabalo awakas ti kayo adlasan. Okay, that's all.
Thank you. Sir. Come forward and present the memento.
Thank you, sir. Now we have
programs that guarantee results in the students in just 6 months time with respect to any age group or any age barrier. The learners would have a provision to learn their foreign languages, more than 25 plus languages to be precise, without any other aid, with just our program. So we offer language acquisitions for English language that guarantees results in the students just like they speak their mother tongue. They can speak any foreign language through our platform. So as you could see on the screen, we have a program that guarantees results through formative and summative test integrated to our solution. We also have an AI integrated platform wherein the students or the learners would have a provision to talk to voice bots, which is inbuilt in our system. You would of course get a chance to see some sample videos through the PPT as well, so that you can have a clarity on what exactly the platform is. And also we have integrated the platform with an intensive teachers training that gives you a precise curriculum that any schools, colleges, universities can afford to. And the results can be seen in the students in just 6 months' time onwards. It is in fact a 7-in-1 platform which is AI driven, like I mentioned right now. Also, it consists of CEFR level-wise courseware, which is actually as per the Common European Framework, accepted by the Council of Europe. We also have admission and attendance tracking modules inbuilt in our system. So even if the students want to go back to home and then use their mobile phones to access the platform, we have that as well in the platform.
Also, it is integrated with e-learning solutions. So apart from languages, if you would want to train your learners with any additional subjects, we have a solution for that too. Also incorporated with online examination, where you can conduct and understand the proficiency of your existing learners. Speaking about a college or a university, you might have students coming across from different areas, different solutions. We might not be able to categorize anyone to a single group of learners, right? Because they would have a different learning level, they might speak well, some might write well. So it's important to understand what exactly the learner needs before they start with the learning purpose. So we do have the most advanced proficiency tracker inbuilt in the system, which is of course free of cost within the platform, where the learners would be able to get identified from where they need to start learning. And also we have the courseware arranged for them accordingly. Also, it is integrated with a digital library and a career development course as well, because just language training might not help them to get a job or maybe to get settled in an interview. So we have those curriculum added to the provisions as well. The software is normally set up as a lab-based product, where we have a computer lab where the students are seated, and in a batch-wise manner they can come and use the system. Also, we have a mobile app version as well, where the learners can go back home and utilize it. So it's most effective when it is used in hybrid modes, where whenever they need to understand about a usage, they can just go to their phone and understand it. So this was what I explained before, like we are a company who has been into this field for the past very long years, more than 2 decades, serving almost 10 million students across the globe. And apart from language training, we have been providing other products as well, like school campus automation solutions, e-library solutions, grievance redressal system. Whatever a college or a school actually requires, we provide EdTech solutions for all of them. And of course, why English? Right now, we must have seen a recent dip in people who are getting placed in big MNCs and all of that, because they lack the lack of confidence when it comes to communicating to people and understanding what is going on. So that is why we have a need of communication in English language, and that is why our software bridges the gap between the student or the learner to the company, so that they get a confidence when it comes to global accent learning and speaking. These are the few major customers that we have in India. We have Amity International Schools, Delhi Public Schools, Army Public Schools. Speaking of colleges, we have IITs, NITs, IIITs, Major Army, Indian Navy, etc. uses our platform. Since it is irrespective of age group, we have major MNCs using the platform for training their employees also. So, and we have private universities. And I'm of course so glad to say that the same university uses our platform for language training as well. And we have also partnered with a lot of government agencies throughout the country and also abroad for installing and implementing language programs. As you could see on the screen, we have partnered with United Nations, Sri Lanka, we have partnered with Mauritius, and we have partnered with a lot of other states and countries across the globe. As you would already know, I just wanted to give you a brief of what exactly the platform is and what is the concept of our language lab. We all know that when we learn any mother tongue, we actually learn it through the LSRW principle, which is the listening, speaking, reading, and writing. When we learn a foreign language, we unconsciously follow the opposite method, where we are taught to write and read rather than listen and speak. That is what we are trying to change when it comes to a language learning software, where we give utmost importance to listening and speaking rather than reading and writing. In our software, the students would get equal opportunities where they can talk to the software, talk to the AI chatbot, and they will respond it back. And the advantage using AI in this case is that the students grab a lot of confidence when it comes to communicating, because they don't feel judged by any others. Because one of the major situations that the students might be coming across is the fact that when they actually talk to someone, they would be feeling like, what if I'm doing something wrong? What if what I said is not right? So when they have such a solution where it is an interaction between a software, they don't actually feel judged. So that is where the confidence lies, and that is how we boost confidence through language learning in the learners. So we have courses that is arranged in 7 levels, right from the pre-A1 section to the most advanced section. And also every level consists of different modules that is subcategorized to what you see on the screen, which includes the sounds, where the phonetics is trained, then we train the words, sentences, conversations, and we have, of course, when they go to the higher side, we have interview skills being trained, presentation skills, all of that integrated to the single solution for the learners. So the students would get a chance to listen to the content which is inbuilt in our system, and also they have a speaking activity that is followed hereafter, where after listening they can speak and they can read, write, do role play activities, and there are exercises. One of the biggest advantages, the software automatically evaluates the learners, where you can see how much percentage of improvement they have received. After every level, we conduct exams to guarantee that your students have progressed to the higher levels. So using AI would help us to incorporate evaluation in an automatic manner. The teachers will not have to be behind the students to confirm if they have worked on the project or if they are not worked on the project. Everything is inbuilt in the system. The analysis is retrieved automatically through the solution itself. So these are the benefits that the students can achieve. Of course, they could achieve fluency in many languages, they will get confidence. So the contents that we have integrated also instills moral values, ethics, how they put forward in a community, all of that. So unconsciously, the students are learning English. Apart from that, they also get acquainted with the methods of how they should communicate in real life. Also, we have provisions that can expand the students' opportunities for getting job placements and better outset in the case of interviews also. And of course, building a strong communicated students is of course a branding for the campuses that they are in, and also helps them to get a good exposure in the society, and also helps the branding of the campus as well. So I would like to give you a glimpse of how the software would actually work. You must have heard so much of this. Just give me a moment, please. So just consider that we are using the software. This is exactly how the software would look like. The logo, home pages, color combinations would be changed as per the requirements of the learner. It is also downloadable as an app where the students can use their mobile phones, where they would be able to utilize it and see the advantages. Every learner would have a unique ID password through which they can join, and since it is very handy, once they join through the mobile, it would be always there. It's just a one-time login. The parents would be automatically getting alerts of how much improvement that the learners have made through email and mobile alerts and mobile messages as well. This is how the teacher's dashboard actually looks like, where we have the different modules that we have incorporated. And whenever the student logs into the software, the teachers would be able to see the activity status of the learners instantly. I would like to show you the different levels and the content that we have incorporated. As you could see, we have different levels and the contents would look like this. We start with the sounds, where the students can practice the sounds of English language. Then we have the sentence words, where the students can practice the different words. Of course, according to the age group, maybe the college students might not require the basics, so of course you can skip it to the higher levels. That is why we have a proficiency tracker in place that would automatically give you an idea, okay, this student needs to start from only level 3, so they can skip the basics part. And accordingly, the lessons are arranged in a level-wise approach. And then comes the language acquisition, where there is the listening, speaking, reading, writing methodologies arranged, as you could see on the top. And there is an introduction video provided for every lesson where the students understand what our software is going to talk about, like this. So this is the introduction video. And then we have the listening approach, where the students can actually see an AI integrated file where the students can listen and they could repeat the dialogues that is provided one after the other, allowing the students to get a correct accent and pronunciation improvement through our system. And then we have, actually for some reason the video is not working, so sorry about that. But yes, after repeating, so as you could see on the screen, after the dialogue of one of the speaker, then the software allows the students to respond back. And comes the auto-evaluation of speech. After listening part, we have the questions that are provided, where the system automatically evaluates that the learner have actually listened to it properly or not. Then we have the reading analysis, where the students are given a paragraph to read and then they can respond properly. Then comes the writing, where they have to write the answer depending upon the lesson. Then there are questions where the students would have to record their audio. There goes all the 4 aspects of language learning, where the listen, speak, read and write works. We have also included vocabulary improvement sessions, of course, to understand the meanings of different words being used. And we have reference videos as well. So this is how the lessons are arranged, and one of the major aspect of our platform is also the AI that we spoke to, where the software allows, so these are different sample lessons that we have incorporated, and we have an active AI tutor that would allow the students to have communication with a native chat bot. So if you choose to talk in British accent, you can speak in British accent to the software, and the software would respond back giving you an evaluation of speech. As you could see, evaluation of speech, fluency, grammar, and accent percentages. If you selected the US accent and talk to the software, your voice is going to be compared to the US speaker, and the evaluation happens likewise. Also, for neutral learners, we have neutral accent that is incorporated, where the software evaluates the learner's voice to the neutral voice of speaking, where you have an auto-evaluation for that too. So the entire program contributes to an establishment of a physical language learning system, which is a computer lab, formatted with an intensive teachers training, where the teachers can provide training approaches for the students. Also have formative and summative exams conducted after every levels for the training part. Also incorporated with 25+ languages, and comes along with a mobile app approach for the learners. And reports, as you could see on the screen, would be automatically created by the software itself, where the learners can themselves find out how much improvement they have got in the past timings. And this is how the pre-assessment report would work, where after conducting the proficiency test, this is how the result would look like. It is also incorporated with daily news and digital library content, where the app gets updated with latest news from across the globe. And we have also incorporated career lab and skill development modules for making them equipped for an interview or for job placements. And these are the career lab modules. We also have TOEFL, IELTS, GRE and OET content also incorporated to the platform. Of course, apart from this, we have German, Spanish, French, all of that being trained within the same software. Just the way they learn English, they can learn listening, speaking, reading, writing skills of 25+ languages with the help of AI. So having a teacher is of course an added advantage, but they are not a mandatory requirement for the lab after all. And we also accommodate intercultural programs, where our students would have a provision to talk to international learners from other countries. That would of course improve the exposure of the learners that no software can build in. And this is a sample pre-assessment and how it is going to look like for the learners. And we do have a lot of monitoring activities incorporated to the system that would allow the students to get connected with the teachers and submit assignments, activities, etc. through our solution. So this is how we have incorporated AI in a language learning technological aspect and to improve the learner's efficiency in language speaking. So a normal classroom setup would of course improve the reading and writing skills of the students, but unlike without practice, they won't be able to improve in listening and speaking. That is what we have tried to incorporate in our lab. If you have got any questions or concerns regarding anything that I've mentioned right now, you can please ask me right now. So, yeah. Any questions, anyone? Please. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm Dr. Kazi Firdausi from Jamia Millia Islamia in Delhi. So I'm into a teacher training college. So we teach future trainers, teachers.
Yeah.
And also we send graduates to the university education departments.
That's great.
So we do talk a lot about these professional areas. Thank you for sharing this language app with us. But I do have my little kind of concerns, so maybe you can educate me.
Of course.
One, it talks about teaching the four language skills, right? Just those, listening, speaking, reading, writing. No. So it doesn't talk about grammar and vocabulary.
Of course, it has. Of course, you can continue.
Embedded within that.
The modules, it's actually a part of the modules. So listening, speaking, reading, writing is actually the four aspects of language learning by itself. But what happens is we have curriculum that starts from sounds, words, sentences, and in between we are training them grammar, vocabulary improvement, writing skills for letter writing, notice writing. So it's actually a part of the modules. So we have grammar from the basic. Yes, we do.
One, how inclusive is this app? In the sense, like I could see the names of the schools flash, GTGO and
Yes,
the other
yes.
schools. So they are the elite schools.
Right.
Right? So is it cost effective? Does it come with a cost? And because most of these students we have pan India are from the government sector.
Yeah, we understand.
So how inclusive is that? One, for different economic, socio-economic structures of society. One. Second, does it take care of the children with the special learning needs? Because I couldn't see that coming up.
Yes, thanks for the question. Actually, I would have to answer to that first one with respect to the inclusive part. We have different versions of the lab, which comes as a lifetime perpetual license. So the campuses, we are not offering this to individuals as such. We are offering this to campuses like schools, colleges, in fact. And of course, they can buy it as a lifetime perpetual license product where they could install it and use it for n number of years. And whenever the student comes and goes, they can add new members without any limits. It comes as a package. And also, the same software would in fact cost like around 5,000, 6,000 per student when you actually try to get a training for 1 month. So if you speak about IELTS trainings, it is of course costing like around 20,000 for a learner to go to a company. But with respect to our platform, everything is inbuilt. And I would say it is definitely cost effective. And yes, it's running for a longer period of time as well. And I can of course give you further details if you're interested.
I get it, but in this time of when a lot of free, I'm just asking my concern.
Yeah.
A lot of free online resources for learning language.
Yes.
A lot of these platforms are offering them
Right.
personalized learning. They're offering intelligent tutoring systems. AI is revolutionized, right?
Yes.
The students to have access. So where do you stand in this? Because this comes with a cost, as you said.
Yes, yes.
If it's 5,000 per student, I mean, if you can calculate the cost, it works out, right?
Yeah.
So considering a country like India, where we have more on the lower side of the economic sector, I just wanted to know what's your business model. I mean,
Yeah.
is this only for this kind of
No, No, actually, we have government implementations rather than like a private sector, basically. We have implemented this in many campuses, schools, colleges. This would cost approximately a cup of tea for a student per year, not more than that. 5,000, which I referred to, was actually the outside price that you would have to pay if you are training your students with English language. But with our software, it is not even like 1% out of that. I can of course provide you the pricing details after this meeting so that you can have a look.
Just like in the age of free learning, so where does this fit in? Anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. That's a wonderful presentation.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Priya from Indian University, Malaysia. So as we all the platforms, even LMS, Canvas, soon it will be embedded with AI. Now we are even thinking about our school Canvas where all this automation can happen. So as an educator, what we are not going to run away from this. If not now, it's going to definitely
Yeah,
happen,
come.
right? So the challenge is what, like Prof. Quasi mentioned, will it be available for the low economic countries where it is available as an open resource? And just to add on to the conversation, I would say that once the technology was there, it was only at the elite level, but then later it is in everybody's hands. So maybe down the road we believe that everybody will have access to this. So I mean, I'm just curious to know, because AI generated assessment is at now getting up, right?
Yes.
So it is getting popular. And now we have the human generated assessment, or the teacher, right? Teacher assessment and AI assessment. Now looking at the relationship or the correlation, when I'm sure when you're testing this platform, have you tried like how the teacher assessment scores versus the AI assessment score? Where does it show high correlation, or in what areas, like listening, speaking, we have the 4 skill areas, right? And in what areas do they comply well, or like is there any deviations?
Yeah. Thank you so much for the question. So basically, when it comes to evaluation of AI, the platform is of course incorporated with both teacher and AI interactive evaluation factors. AI evaluation is almost 95% accurate, but when it comes to subjective type of questions where the answers are so elaborate, it is in fact difficult for the AI to get a final solution. So that is why we have incorporated teacher's intervention also. When the teacher feels that it's something that the teacher wants to check, of course we have a solution for that too. Speaking of listening aspects as well as speaking aspect, the software gives you 100% clarity on it, like fluency in language. Rather than the teacher evaluating, the AI is more accurate when it comes to it, because the teachers are native to a particular region, and we are talking about English or French being spoken by native speakers, and AI is actually a native chatbot, and it is capable of evaluating the learners more effectively than a teacher from other countries would evaluate the learners with. So in many of the aspects, we would find AI evaluation more accurate than the instructors, but subjective evaluations, it would of course require teachers' intervention in some places. And it is of course reliable for any age group of the learners, and it is nothing that is not feasible to anyone. We have customers from very economical background, below economical background, and it is very easy to use as well, because we are not talking about just the financials. There are scenarios where the students finds it difficult to use a mobile app, to understand how it works, how a computer is, even to work with a computer they find it difficult. But with our software we have training that is provided in a weekly basis. So our teachers, our academic counselors closely work with the students to understand what they want, what they lack, and that is why, and that is how we are able to guarantee results in the students. Because when we say we guarantee result, it just doesn't come from the urban areas, it does come from the rural areas and backward students as well. So of course we give hands-on training for the students, but we are not saying that if a student is at level 1 to get to level 2 or level 3 he would take 6 months. I'm not saying that the complete lesson would be accurate and he would be able to speak as a native speaker. So accordingly, with respect to the goal that every institute requires, we do have a package provided for them, because we do have budget friendly options also being shared, and also usage wise and evaluation wise we have it covered. Yeah.
Thank you. So coming to that, maybe for the productive skills, we say the speaking and writing are the productive skills.
Yeah.
Right? So teacher-centered, not say teacher-centered assessment, but assessment teacher-led assessment.
Yes, yes.
Could be more
Yeah, because otherwise the teacher's intervention is so much. They have to teach in the class, they have to come to the lab and then evaluate. It's going to be a troublesome job. So right now we are giving a chance for the teachers to sit back and relax and see how the students are improving on their own.
Thank you. That's wonderful platform. Best wishes.
Thank you so much. Yes. No problem, I can hear you. Hi. Use it on your own. Actually, we provide this even for training campuses, but not for individuals at the moment. But maybe in a second phase, we would think of reaching to public and individuals, but not as of now. I'm so sorry. Yes, yes. We do have a lot of campuses like Santa Monica uses our platform for training. We have IAS Vedic Academy who actually trains IAS for students to train English language and their moral skills through our platform. So yes, we would reach students through businesses only as of now. But maybe in a second phase, we can approach you. Thank you. Any other questions? Varghese, you have some questions? No. So, thank you everyone. Thank you so much, audience. Yeah.
We have the lunch break for 45 minutes.
that the topic is AI and future of language education. So we have plenty of discussions regarding AI integration. Many speakers have explained how AI can be integrated in language education. We have seen some of the successful language model with a specific product we have seen. Now we have 4 speakers of the session. We have Dr. Qazi Firdausi Islam, Associate Professor Jamia Millia Islamia, Dr. Priyadarshini. We have Joy M. De La Cruz from Philippines, Priyadarshini from Malaysia, and again we have Gopika. So let us have a fruitful discussion. So before going to that, let me see how many of you are for of this supporting the AI and language. So hopefully from their discussions, their deliberations, they will be speaking about. Let us give 10 minutes each for you to speak. Then we will have a fruitful discussion and question. Okay.
So I think the whole, discussion can go for maybe 45 minutes.
Okay, till 3.
Let him speak maybe for 5 minutes.
Yes, sir.
But then
Okay. Yes, yes. All right. Yes.
that's fine, right?
Good. Yeah. With this basic information, background information, I invite Dr. Qazi Firdausi Islam for the first address. So we can sit there. Yes, be comfortable.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Samir Babu, the moderator, for this session. Sharing my thoughts, I think let's make it a very kind of formal as well as an informal conversation rather, or a discussion. My thoughts on future of AI in language education. Right? Well, to begin with, I think I have a very positive I think there's a very positive correlation between future of language education and AI to start with. Well, the argument that I would like to say is that AI is a part of each and every discipline which has come up, of the various interdisciplinarity also it has come up in different areas of education. So why not in language education? So that's the first contention. We must embrace AI. So I think the future of AI is bright. We need to engage with AI, we need to embrace it. That's one. Second, if you look into the current existing status of AI in language education, I think the canvas is wide. We have had since morning the presentations, we have a lot of keynotes. I think even probably yesterday too. And if not even for our own personal learning, we see AI has made a lot of inroads in language education. For example, if I say the AI in education to begin with, I think it leads to students' personalized learning. We have seen since morning how it does. It takes care of students' strengths, weaknesses, students' hobbies. Then AI can also plan out students' future, which areas they are more likable to succeed or their interest, because there's a lot of data which is there. What we need is that we just need to streamline. I mean, AI or the platforms do it for us. What is my future? In which area, which profession should I go? So AI does it one. Then AI also, I feel, will lead to, in terms of language education, if I speak specifically, AI would lead to preservation of cultural artifacts. For example, a language. It can do wonders. A lot of many indigenous languages, dialects are fast dying. So AI, there are systems which it can recognize the speech pattern, the articulation of the sound, the phonemes, Mayanam the machines, these are large language learning models, where machines will become very, very intelligent than human beings. Like human beings is a unique product of nature because of our reasoning capability, our problem solving. Now, computers cannot problem solve. Whatever is fed into the data, it will give you the response. Okay? It is like an input. For example, very simplified speak. What is AI? If you need to make any English word, cat, C-A-T, it's very easy, but you have to know your alphabet. You have to know all the letters in the alphabet, A to Z. So you only then you'll be able to write, spell out C-A-T. Similarly with AI, this data is already fed in. Input is there. Okay? Now your input will be prompts. Outputs AI will give you from the databases, it is already there. But artificial generative intelligence, it's like human beings. It can function independently of human beings. It can problem solve. It can make its own reasoning. So that can be very, very dangerous. Because with the data, biometrics, we don't know what. We have seen voice cloning, cyber fraud. We have seen, so we do not know the extent. Anything is dangerous when we cannot control it, right? But if you can control it, it is wonderful. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't use technology and shy away with. It is a promising future, but we need to be very, very cautious about it. I'll end with that. Thank you, thank you.
Nice deliberations. Thank you, Dr. Firdaus Islam. Now, let me give the mic to Priyadarshini. Dr. Priyadarshini.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. And so coming to AI and the future of language learning, I have 5 points to highlight here. One is AI curriculum that all the countries are now drafting, and some countries have already launched at the pilot phase. So we are not going to run away from this, because once it was technology, then the government looked into the curriculum, integrating technology and teacher training programs, how to develop their technology pedagogical skills. We call it techno-pedagogical skills. And now, on the one side, at the industry, the AI outputs are getting exponential growth. And to bridge that, the universities and the schools, the future of the country, the future of the world, right? So there shouldn't be any gaps. So therefore now every country, if you see South Korea, they have implemented in every hours, I mean in every week, I think they have, if not mistaken, I delivered this in my previous keynote speech, 2 hours of teaching about AI curriculum. So when coding was introduced, then all the schools' curriculum were revised to introduce robotics and coding skills. Now, if you go to most of the schools, they have robotics and coding skills. And now we are steering up towards AI curriculum. So soon it will be. Now, some countries have already launched, like South Korea, Hong Kong, and China. They are already like doing a pilot study. So now, all like Malaysia, we are expecting NEP for this year, hopefully to be launched. And in every country, how are we preparing the future generation with AI curriculum starting right from the school? Now, this is at one level, the first point. Now, when I just looked into integrating AI, or even bringing technology into the formative years, what I see the formative years is below 10, right? 10 years, like foundational years. Once we were like bit skeptical about the screen time, how much of screen our young children, spends their time looking at the technology, iPad or whatever technology we call it, how much is the screen time, is the recommended screen time, and we all worried about wearing glasses. Now you enter any primary school, kindergarten, already 50% of the children are wearing glasses. But once COVID came in, we forgot about the screen time. Everyone accelerated in delivering online, and in my institution, our students went for online practicum for early childhood teachers, trainees, and they started online teaching for young children. And young children were forced to go into online teaching. human intelligence. So as young people are, right, we are the people going to exploit AI. Not old people, because they might think like it's not the same old or this. People have different views and various perspectives. We have to respect everybody. But the younger people are the one who are going to use it, right? And how are you going to use it? So that's the next thing. So how much are we sensible? How much are we ethical, responsible in using AI? So see, after COVID, there was a big transformation in the way university assessments were carried out. One is, okay, we all opted for open book examination. After the COVID-19, online exam becomes more favorable, and we went for the fully coursework and open book examinations and online exams. But now, if you know, discussion in forum like this, we ask educators, do you go for open book examinations? 3 years before everybody says yes. 2 years before yes. Until ChatGPT was launched in 2020, end of 2021 if I'm not mistaken, 2022. Now nobody says we want open book examination. And many have the view they want to go back, revert back to closed book examinations, because that is where they can really understand whether the student have understood with no gadgets, gadget-free exams. Once we had it, but once the technology was pervasive, then we moved on into technology-based exams. But we are going back to the circle to know the skills that we acquire, we have formative exam, right? So, yeah, so these are my points. So, where am I? Am I supporting yes or no? Okay, teachers are not going to be obsolete if they embrace AI. If you don't embrace AI, we have no job in the future. So this is my take. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Priyadarshini. Now over to Joy. Joy of the Lacrosse. Please.
Thank you so much. I have the time to maybe enlighten and defend myself, so that I will not be tagged before we have to get out. That I am against AI. No, I am not opposing the use of AI. We have to accept that AI is already a product of what we have right now. The technologies, research-based product, all of these are output of scientists, inventors, those who really have that intellect of doing things. I will just want to share to you actual scenario. With the existence and proliferation of AI, yeah, I understand that it facilitates everything that we do. At the click of our finger, when we sit down and we produce or create something that we want, we can just click what site, what platform, what tool, everything that we can do in a short period of time. Actually, I have some researches that a product of AI. My point is that in development of a paragraph, stanza, in discussing whatever data that the AI tool provides you, you should know how to construct on your own, how to process, so that you will come up things that really your own, not a product of anybody else. I strongly believe that AI plays a vital role really in coming up with anything that we wanted to have. Inside my class, during exam, I do not allow any gadgets, especially in developing a paragraph. Give them something to explain on their own. It is there where you can see that the students have already the limitation of constructing a paragraph or a simple sentence on their own. So that is detrimental to the present generation. Honestly, I am already almost 59 years old. During our time, we don't have such sophisticated technologies. We don't have electricity, we don't have gadgets. Not everybody has the television, radio, cell phone to use to communicate. But now, is such. But we should be responsible of using all of these things. When I gave the students a paragraph and then I let them read what they have prepared, because they have presented to me a paper, a bond paper, a sheet of paper with a very good output and good discussion. And I know the capacity of these students that they are not able to even discuss with me if I will ask them orally to answer the question. Even a single word. Yeah, we are talking about language here. Philippines is using two major languages as part of our constitution, the English and the Filipino language. We cannot deny that Filipino, most, if not all, are also good in speaking, but I do not know which most of the number cannot deliver and express well good command in English. So that's the language barrier or problem that we are encountering. So we will rely so much in the development of anything, especially if it is scholarly work, academic work, as an output of these students, then definitely it derived the presence of using what God have given you to do so. That's why when you use it about the different tools, yes, I recommend, because I also use one. Yeah, everything that you are using is a product of research. Like for example, e-travel, okay? And then every time that you have transaction to agencies, it's already online. So you should be updated. And you have also the know-how. That is on the psychomotor aspect. But on the side of human intelligence now, with the presence of AI, yeah, you can use that to get some idea, but do not or avoid to adapt it so that you will not be tagged as copy-pasting. Although there is what we call a tool that can be used, that's why we have that Grammarly, Killbot, to rephrase the statement so that it will not be totally copied by you. I am just after about the development and construction of a paragraph or a statement. But on the use of AI tools, it's very, very useful dependent on what is specific purpose. It's just a matter of how responsible you are in using it. And I do not deny, I also use, because some of my researches is a product of AI tool, and it helps. Yeah. You can make a study in a short period of time, not necessarily have to wait 3 months, 1 semester, or 1 year, or 2 years to finish. That is dependent on what kind of research that you will do. That's why we have what we call basic research. We have what we call action researches. We have technical researches. Whatever kind of research, as long as you are able to generate or come up with something new. That's why you have to research, because you want to solve a problem. That's why you will do research, because you want innovation. You will do research because you want something to be developed. You want to do research because you want to answer a problem. So for me, I do not generally disagree the use of AI, but I am only specific on the development and construction of whatever paragraph that should be coming from you every time that you have to conceptualize or start in doing a paper. Because I was able to achieve my doctorate. I have almost 3 doctorate degrees. Even right now, even there is an AI, I do not so much use, but I only use the tool. But the AI should not develop a paragraph for me. I will ask the student, what is the synonym of this term? They don't even know. They are just browsing so many sites in the gadgets or in the cell phone. But to enrich their mind when it comes to widening the vocabularies and experience, and widening also the experiences with the use of this technology right now, they do not give so much importance. That's why I tell them in my class, even only a dictionary you don't have. A Webster dictionary, so that when I will ask you one single word, what do you understand about the word? Just the synonym of it. Yet the students do not have. It's only how responsible the students should be in the use of this technology, even in the academy, even the researchers, professionals of that. It helps really facilitate. It facilitates really everything that we do, the use of AI. But I am very particular only. Let an individual develop and construct his own statement, what understand on a specific topic or issue to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now the last presenter is Gopi.
Hi, so I wouldn't have to give you another explanation of what everyone said, but I myself have given a 20-minute presentation of how AI is going to improve the language skills of the learner and what is the improvement in the future days. Having said that, of course, language learning comes through listening, speaking, reading, writing. As rightly mentioned, of course, with respect to the writing aspect, AI might be possible. It might be able to give you a result on what you are prompting in it. But there are scenarios when the learners comes across speaking skills and they find it difficult to articulate what they actually understand to humans because they find it difficult to speak with confidence. They might not have that kind of a power when they are in schools or in colleges where they can talk freely. But having an AI assistance or the use of technology when it comes to language learning is with utmost help because the learners finds it easy and with confidence that there is nobody else that they are judged from. And with respect to the writing aspect also, we can create a scenario where the learners are using it for improvising what they have written. I myself am capable of writing mails on my own, but still there are scenarios when I would want to respond in a much formal way than I speak. It is important that I might use certain scenarios like using AI, or maybe in WhatsApp nowadays we do have a provision where I can interpret what somebody else have written to me, transcribe it. So those scenarios are very helpful rather than just thinking about the scenario of how it can affect the learner from thinking creatively. It can also improvise how they can think. Because when we respond to a situation, we might be thinking only in a one single direction. But using technology or AI can help us think in different perspectives that the child might not think when it comes to problem solving. Like for example, if we are taking a scenario of how to, what are the, of course, while coming to this meeting also, I would wanted some help from my colleagues of how would I respond to scenarios that might come across while in this discussion. So everyone had a different perspective. When I am thinking on my own, I only have one vision to respond to my question, but speaking to multiple people gave me a different perspective of how much improvement I can make in my conversation, which AI can actually do. AI can give you different perspective of the same scenario that allows a student to think more and also allow them to communicate in a better way. Communication when it comes to speaking, of course, by listening as well. It allows you to use voice chatbots. For example, we are very used to hearing speakers of or slangs in a certain way. But when we are talking to a foreign person, of course, we do have a lot of people who are coming from other countries. So understanding a new speaker from a different place would be a difficult scenario when it comes to a child from a very rural background because they are not used to it so much. But having AI or intelligence for some reason can help the students understand the different perspective. If you want to talk to Narendra Modi, you can actually talk to Narendra Modi sir because we have a solution for it. And the students can actually visualize him as an AI animated visual and talk to him. And giving that kind of a provision is not possible. It wasn't possible 10 years back, but now it is. And when in case of a mock interview being done in a college, so after the schooling or the college years, you are supposed to give interviews to companies who are coming to recruit you. There are scenarios where the student actually knows questions that are asked by interviewers. What should have been the response I have given? If I fail in something, I can just Google, why did I fail? The software is going to tell me what I made wrong. So having AI in a lot of scenarios is going to be very helpful for the learners when it comes to all the 4 aspects of language learning. But yes, comprehensive paragraph writing is something that the AI can actually do. But we have to understand after a couple of years, there might not be the need of writing on their own also. For example, 50 years back, or maybe I would say 70 years back, doctors, while they were diagnosing something, they would rather go to the patients directly and understand what is wrong with that patient. But right now, they don't want to do that because there are efficient instruments that are capable of diagnosing the same patient without wasting time. And the probability of the result is almost 90% right now because the software that we are using right now is advanced. And in the same way, right now there are robotic surgeries that are happening. The human-made errors are eliminated, and that is how AI. So AI is actually a part of the journey already. So making a provision where we think that it can go wrong, lot of things can go wrong everywhere. But making a scenario, training them in the primaries, of course I understand they have to understand the alphabets, words, sentences, and they also need to understand how can they probably use a chatbot or an AI in the most effective manner without the defaults of reducing their understanding about language, what is the need of communication. So if they know and if they understand the need of communication, there is no way that the students are using or misusing it. So it's the same way that we ask the student to learn something good. It's obvious that they might think something bad also. But right now, while training the learners from normal KG sections onwards, we are not asking them to give a chatbot to write a paragraph at kindergarten or in the nursery or in the first grade, all of that. But training them from the basics is very important to make them understand which is right and which is wrong, how to do it, what to do it, when to do it. So by this, I end my conversation on this. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much.
Let me conclude. It was a wonderful discussion along with all the 4 panelists. I hope that you enjoyed. Because many of the aspects we know, some specific, especially related to language learning, we come across. See, just come to Dr. Firdausi. She mentioned initially that there is a positive correlation between language improvement, modifications, language learning, teaching learning, and the introduction and the upgradation in AI. She has mentioned AI will be helpful about structure, learning the language structures, getting immersed experience into various aspects of language, understanding etymology, pronunciation, and all she mentioned. As well, she mentioned some of the very significant thing that other than, along with the learning, the identification of the key words is one of the very significant thing that we get to have more keywords on what we talk about, what we research on, like as a prompt also. I really agree that as a prompt, because when we are not able to speak something, when we get a push, a scaffold, this just it is really. Once you get a push, I really admit that there are lots of pitfalls, there are lots of limitations when we talk about the human perspective. Still, when we get a push, definitely it will be. That push may not be able to give by a human. So that is one of the wonderful things she highlighted. And thought process, definitely once we get an idea, whatever AI generates through some of the cloud-based recordings, whatever the experiences, whatever the things that is there available, but that will be a real experience for us. It gives us an experience that she highlighted. Outlining and focusing also another thing. When you talk, suppose you are writing an essay, I really admit that, and I really, with my use of ChatGPT and some size, space, and perplexity, I identified that. Once you focus on something, definitely there is a chance of diversification. What we call it as, we'll be writing something else. When you write an essay, some other aspects, your thought process, something distract us, some other thoughts along with. So it may distract you to write specify. That is actually specific. When you generate some content, it will be very specific. That is one of the things she highlighted. And also she talk about the precautions to be taken once we have overuse of generative AI in such kind of advancement. Again, coming to Priyadarshini, Dr. Priyadarshini mentioned about the required techno-pedagogic skills. As a teacher, how it is very significant. As a student, how it is very significant. And she also mentioned that as a gap filler actually. When you don't have something to refer to easily, suppose you need some books or some materials, some platforms to refer, then the platforms, definitely it will help us to have, so it was a general idea. Similarly, she highlighted about the integration of AI into curriculum. There are some thing going on, some initiatives now will also integrate AI into curriculum. Then she mentioned something about the health issues and related concerns. Still we need some policies we have to, but in that line many of us we are not thinking in that line especially, because otherwise it will be some issues, because related to that the other industries are going on. There is a prediction that once you use the devices, once the mobile phone comes, the other side increases the other industries. How to industries related to healthcare, eye care. So the other industry is growing along with. Okay, yes. So we are about to an end, and again come to digital challenges and lack of resources. That is also digital divide and lack of resources. That is also a bridge. As a bridge it works. Joy Abang constructing on that aspect he has highlighted. Joy de la Cruz, how to process, how to revise. These are the things learners have to have throughout their language processes, that we have to ensure. Responsive use of AI, that is one of the need he has highlighted. We have Grammarly, Quillbot, of course, even though AI based, of that significant use for us. We have to make use of that and purposeful use, that he has highlighted. Again, come to the Gopika. She has very specifically mentioned the improvisation in style, different perspective that we get, that the Qazi Firdausi has also mentioned about, and it supports the divergent thinking. I also experienced that when we thought about a process, definitely when we are reading some of the content from the AI, definitely we'll get different angles. Next time when I think in terms of such kind of a perspective, I'll get another angle to think. Modalities of multiple aspects of the thing. Similarly, we can see that she has highlighted the discontinuation of something, like suppose if we are shooting a film and actor has got injured or died or something else, so now we can replace with, we can have the other thing with AI. Along with AI we can produce. We no need of the thing. Recently there was a discussion, and for the Malayali people I am just saying, some people was working, and now we have Mammootty, next time we'll have AI Mutti. So it is, even Mammootty can be replaced with AI. Like there was a discussion recently related to that. And even dubbing industry, it is going to fall, because we don't want any dubbing artists next year, next coming years we don't want. Preferences of ours, that is also, now when you look into our Insta, Facebook, this preferences, you don't want to set your preferences by itself. If you are watching the fashion industry, along with all the fashion related things, you will get it. You are not setting actually, it is by AI, because it may not be your interest, but by default then you have a provision of putting as not interest. That also you can tell. Finally, there are lots. Now see into research. When we link to the language, we can link into the research also. We have platform like creativity, plagiarism. Our forefathers, maybe we are highlighting them as a very good academicians, but we don't know whether they have taken it from somewhere else. But now it is not possible. That is one of the things. Ethically, it's good. And size space like of things, easiness in terms of reading of the literature. It's not required to review the literature by reading the entire topic. Entire research paper of 20 pages, not required actually. But we were doing all these exercises. Now it is not required. Size space kind of things, they will give you the review of that. You can cross check it as well. Similarly, there are many other things. Like yesterday, we were attending in a conference. There was a presentation of the principal of that college from Perintalmanna. He was explaining that how the people select that is one of the demerits that we have to. Generally, problem comes within from the experiences. Smart. He has conducted among 15 students of undergraduate, postgraduate, PhD. So all the people, they were getting the titles from AI only. All the people, they were writing literature through AI only. All the analysis through AI only. This is something different. It's not up to that. Everything is depending upon AI. Then we'll not have any role of productive researchers. This kind of things we have to. Otherwise, make easiness. Easiness is requirement. We don't want to work hard. We are not washing with hands and all these days, or we are not using the devices for crushing the powder and all, crushing the what we call spices and all. We use mixer grinders and gradually. So AI, we are during the, when we were having the first computer, there were many revolutions, many issues regarding against the computer. Now it is a common man's device. This way it will also be, because we have to follow the ethical. My concern, last suggestion is that we have to give awareness regarding that. Ethical concern is one of the things. That awareness we have to give, awareness regarding the sources and apt use of the thing. That is the conclusion of this. Let us conclude. Thank you so much. And if you have any confusion, any clarifications required from all these panelists, quickly we can have one or two clarifications if you have. Thank you so much. Yes.
And dear friends, we'll have maybe maximum of 5 minutes to wind up.
Microphone is in my hand now.
Okay, that's I understand. Okay,
See,
7, and I think you will have it. You will have the last word. Not the moderator.
The dean of the faculty, and I'm humbled. My friends, panelists, moderator, dean sir, people in front, please accept me in the humblest possible way, because the things, the ideas, AI, everything coming out of these veterans' tongues, I'm no match to talk about these things. I'm a runaway freak. I used to work in England, London, and the institution I was teaching at was getting computers in tons, in tracks. Every class is a lab. And I decided that I'll take early retirement and I will run away, which I did. A job well paid in London? No, because trucks coming full of computers into the classroom. About exactly 12 years plus time, I relocated to Bangladesh. I'm telling stories though, but I love telling. I joined one very smart university, and I was told that, yes, sir, you are going to use technology. I said, 6 months is the time limit. I left. I joined another university, my current university, Daffodil International University, and they started developing something that was worrying me. And that something is tech-savvy generation of learners at Daffodil International University, which is 25,000. I said, oh my God, they're destroying them. I'm sorry, my words are strong. Please forgive me, my humble way. And then I met the chairman of BOT, said, sir, I'm not there. Can I leave your place? He said, no, you're not leaving. I said, why? Sir, you know all the documentations of the university goes through your hand, because each and every document, pages after hundreds of pages, thousands of words. I have to read one by one and I say, this is okay, go. And the Vice Chancellor is all after me, said, has Professor Hock seen it? Where is his signature? Then it is gone, otherwise not. I said, look, sir, you are going for all this tech-savvy generation. Why me? The chairman said, he's tech-savvy though. He's a computer businessman. You're going to stay. I said, is there any reason? Yes, sir. I won't tell you the reason. I'm still stuck with that university, believe you me. You know why? Because I'm not tech-savvy. That is the only reason. Now my problem is it artificial intelligence or original intelligence? Is it AI or OI? My question to the young minds over here, those who are using that device, well, which one you go for? AI or OI? Let's see, let's have a spot survey. Put your hands up if you support AI. AI? All right. Okay, just few hands. And then OI, original intelligence, Priyadarshini, poet, and scholars and supervisors, few more hands. Now, it's a message to them. The word humanizing came few times. The word humanizing came few times. Why humanizing? Why humanizing? My question is to you. If the device is that powerful, what the hell we are talking about the human aspect of this? Why humanizing? Why do you come to God's creation? Go to your creation, that's the device. Sir De La Cruz is holding one, still busy with it. My goodness me, and when I'm talking. Now listen, my worry is there. Can you tell me, young minds, what is the largest computer in the world? All the computers of the world put together will never be equal to that one computer. What is that? Yeah, human brain. Within that small scale, 150 to 100 grams of weight is not even a tab. If that is the largest computer, he has gifted us with our birth. What the hell I'm doing with this one? Yeah, come on, Priyadarshini. What the hell I'm doing with this one? I'm sorry, I apologized before. Can tell you what? I know, 7 minutes. I ask you to write a poem on love. And everybody will be writing it in 10 seconds using that device. Will those individual poems be equal to the poem that we heard getting recited by Priyanka last night? Yes or no? It will never be equal to Priyanka's emotion and human touch. My friends, artificial intelligence is taking away your jobs. AI literate will be dominating a few AI literate like Gobi over there, I'm sorry, I'm pointing at. These AI literate mastans will take over millions of jobs away from you lot. You will be unemployed. Well, medical advancement, robot, you might want it for your phaco surgery or heart surgery. That's good, fine, I'll need it. Will you take it when this moderator is on his deathbed. I'm sorry, I'm putting you on the spot. I'm a robot nurse. His wife has left, children, America, Canada, everywhere. This man is alone on his deathbed. And Madam Priyadarshini, the corporate owner, will send the robot, sir. This robot will nurse you, will do the job, but the last breathing time, just breathing in, and he knows he's going, and this robot is holding his hand. Hey, sir, are you okay? You're going to be fine. Now tell me, will you be happy? Will you be happy? Your daughter is in Canada, in a mansion. Your son is with grandchildren up there in the Floridan hills and all that. The robot Shamsok is coming and say, hi, you're all right, going to be okay. Will you like it, moderator? Will you like it? Yes or no? Come, be brave, man. Well, I can come back to, sorry, one more minute maybe. আদম যখন চষত মাটি হাওয়া বুনত সুদ তখন ভাবে ভদ্র ছিল কোন সে মায়ের পুত Professor Verghese says, what's that? Another attack. Well, I can give you the English translation. When Adam delved and Eve span, who was then the gentleman? When Adam delved and Eve span, who was then the gentleman? I'm taking you back to the creation myth. Do you think AI was not there? There was AI then. And that AI was more powerful than the AI at present. And that is here, man. That is here inside, everyone. So please, for God's sake, I don't use AI, and I've got a pay rise last semester, 50,000 Bangladeshi taka, because I wanted to leave. The chairman said, no, you're going to stay 50,000 more, sir, stay. Why? Because we need your pen and the paper and dot, dot, dot. And one more thing, sir. I've got 3 PhD theses pending to be adjudicated at my desk. I've got it in my computer as well, but I thought I would be doing it here. I said, no. And southern India, dangerous. I found about half a dozen of PhD theses for the last 2 years. And those 6 PhD theses were full of no mistakes. Pristine, clean. And you could tell, hey, is this the human touch? And you suspect. And then I sent it to the library, the software. I said, can you check AI? And thank you, AI check it and checks it. And it said, yes, it's ChatGPT, it's Gemini, it's, Quillball, things like that. I said, how much is the percentage? Sir, see the last page, the percentage is, yes, 1 more minute. 1 more minute, sir. So percentage was 67%. And what do? I wrote to the Dean of Research saying, sir, this is a perfect PhD thesis. And the reality is this. And he was not responding. I got his number and called. What is the point? You were not asking, answering my question. Said, I can tell you, it's over there, Chennai. And he said, sir, what's the problem? I said, I want to come to your university and give a talk. To who? To the supervisors. I said, why? They didn't supervise properly. Those few, 2 of them did not have the methodology chapter. Why? Their excuse is their literature. Even today, literature doesn't go without a methodology chapter. I said, I want to come. And they invited me. They said next year, 26. I may be gone by that time. Professor Verghese, I'm sorry. I don't want them to be unemployed. I want them to use their God's gift within the skull, their eyes, I told yesterday, the mouth, nose, ears, hands, thing, everything. With that note, madam, the promotional, fantastic promotional here. I congratulate you, but you've got an enemy in here. I love you. I love you. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon.
Thank you, sir. So, we have a memento from Christ College to Dr. Samir Babu M. As a token of our love and appreciation, I invite Dr. KJ Verghese, HOD and Vice Principal, HOD and the Dean of International Affairs to present the memento. Please, sir. Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Gobika S. Nair. Would like to present you a memento as well. I invite Assistant Professor Shinto, VP from the Department of English, to present the memento for Christ College. Ms. Gobika S. Nair.
No, see, we have presentations, I'll tell you, and this is for the attention of the chairs.
respected guests, paper presenters, and my dear students. With immense joy, let me introduce Dr. Viju MJ, Research Department of English, St. Thomas College, Thrissur, as a chair to this paper presentation session. To introduce Dr. Viju, let me acknowledge that he is my research guide right now and a well-wisher. His PhD is in ELT and ICT. Having gone through his short profile, one will be astonished to notice the number of publications and presentation one can barely dream of. It shows his diverse knowledge across the field of language, literature, and culture. Thus, I believe that he is the right man, right person to moderate and chair this session. So, I welcome you to the 3-day international seminar at Christ College, Irinjalakuda. I request you to be seated in the front and take over the session from now. Thank you, sir.
Calling the first presenter, Dr. Madhulina Chowdhury. The title of the paper is Poetry as Resistance, Noor Hindi and the Poetics of Marginality.
To voice their grievances. Most of Palestine's literary production from the end of the 19th century until the 1950s focused on romantic poetry, historical and religious literature. Next slide, please. And I would also like to say that I'm not here to take any sides. This is just a literary presentation. So Noor Hindi's voice, in contrast, is comparatively a very new voice. Her debut poetry collection, Dear God, Dear Bones, Dear Yellow, was published in 2022. Situated at the intersections of post-colonial and diasporic narratives, Hindi's identity as a Palestinian American poet amplifies the traumas of the oppressed and the marginalized. This paper, through a close reading of selected verses, argues that Hindi's poetry embodies decolonial agency. She deconstructs traditional literary canons by employing a hybrid linguistic style. Her works challenge Western essentialism and epistemological dominance. Delinking the colonial matrix of power, Walter de Mignolo's concept of decoloniality provides a critical framework for analyzing Hindi's works. Decoloniality is not merely a critique of colonialism, but a delinking from colonial narratives of power and hierarchy. Mignolo asserts that delinking is necessary to escape the colonial matrix of power and the rhetoric of modernity. Hindi's poetry mirrors these ethos by resisting the essentializing tendencies of Western literary traditions. Her verses destabilize conventional norms and reimagine identity, reclaiming epistemic spaces of assertion. Hindi's poetry is rooted in Palestinian culture and history, using Arabic and English. She often indulges in the free play of words, syntax, and structure to express herself. In her poem, Breaking News, Noor captures the paradox of hope and death through images that invoke a sense of emotional weight through her evocative language. The Palestinian experience of trauma and exile is reduced to mere headlines for Western consumers. And I will quickly read a few lines from the poem. We will wake up Sunday morning and read the paper, read each other, become consumers of each other's stories, a desperate reaching for another body's warmth. Its words buoying us through a world we carry graveyards on our backs. And I'm holding a lightning bug, hostage in one mind, its light dimming in the warmth of my feast, and in the other, a pen to document its death. Is not that terrible? Motifs like olive pits, tetris, marigold, oil, camel, these are recurring motifs that she uses to symbolize cultural resistance. These motifs transmute physical and metaphorical spaces into arenas of enunciation. Hindi's deliberate blending of Arabic, English, and colloquial expressions disrupt colonial epistemology and redefines Palestinian identity. Marginality, the third space, and double ambivalence. Robert Park's concept of marginality and Homi Bhabha's third space illuminate the ambivalence in Hindi's works. Park describes the cultural hybrid as someone living on the margins of two cultures, never fully accepted in either. And Bhabha's third space is a site where cultural identities are negotiated and transformed. Hindi's position as a Palestinian American encapsulates this double ambivalence. Her poetry reveals the tension between Western assimilation and preserving her Palestinian heritage. Here again, I'm reading from one of her very, very famous poem. And the title, I will not utter the word, it is there. I might offend some, a few of you, so I have kept it this way. But the lines that I have chosen to display here, I'm just reading out. Colonizers write about flowers. I tell you about children throwing rocks at Israeli tanks seconds before they become daisies. Palestinians don't see the moon from jails and prisons. This is one of our most famous poems, and the poem's title and imagery challenge Western poetic literary tradition and decorum, positioning poetry as a medium of subversion. Migrants, margins, and the idea of home. Again, I'm reading a few lines from her poem, A Home. The homeland is stuck in our teeth. It's filling our cavities. It rests on our tongues, my God. How we yearn for its olive trees, how it haunts our dreams. The metaphor embodies the persistent presence of a homeland despite physical separation. Hindi's pledging allegiance critiques the symbolic and literal borders imposed by colonialism. Again, I'm reading. Ask me about a two-state solution, about caring for a world that does not love you back, about holding a knife and tearing into a map. Enanzeldua's concept of the borderlines is instrumental in analyzing this phenomenon. According to her, the borderlines are not just physical demarcations, but also psychological, social, and cultural spaces where power structure and identities clash. In the case of Palestinians, this borderland is not a geographical reality defined by occupation, checkpoints, and exile, but also an epistemic and emotional space where they are reduced to monolithic representations shaped by religious and political biases. They inhabit a space where their humanity is constantly interrogated, much like Enanzel Dua's Mastija, who exists on the margins of multiple worlds, resisting erasure while forging new pathways of survival and resistance. The concluding slide, Noor Hindi's poetry serves as a potent sign of radical transformation, amplifying marginalized voices and challenging dominant power structure. Her hybrid linguistic style and invocation of collective memory critique the legacies of colonialism while envisioning a future where marginalized voices thrive. Her contribution to Palestinian literature underscores the transformative power of art in resisting oppression and reclaiming agency. Thank you.
Calling the second presenter, Divya.
Hello, everybody. Humble apologies, sir, before starting, because we all know that we've been, listening to AI the whole day, and then, like Haq sir, he was just like amazing. So I just don't know whether to really go ahead with this thing or not. But then, since I have. Okay.
I'll be talking about reading.
Okay. This is a conceptual study that I've done. It's not empirical at all. I'm Divya Hariharan, research scholar under the guidance of Dr. Tanya Mary Barbera, Centresa Cernaculum. And the topic of my presentation is Tech Fluency, a multi-model framework for ESL oral proficiency. We all know that many ESL learners, they definitely face challenges while speaking, the main component. I've taken oral proficiency because I am an OET trainer and I've come from the industry. I'm not that, not a literary person or something like that. So my, thing comes from the industry. I have seen nurses struggling with their speaking thing. So that's the reason I took up this, and I am into the research right now. We know that 50% of the ESL learners, they report lack of confidence while speaking, and it is not just that. The interesting part is they excel in grammar and the other skills, but still they lack confidence while speaking. And we can imagine ESL learner preparing for a high-stake interview, and because of this oral proficiency barrier, it becomes a barrier for the success. So this is a challenge that is faced by millions worldwide. So oral proficiency remains one of the most challenging aspects of ESL learners, and traditional teaching methods, they often fail to address the real-world communication skills that these ESL learners need. So this research, explores Tech Fluency, a multi-model pedagogical framework that integrates technology-driven strategies to enhance oral proficiency in ESL learners. So before moving forward, we have to understand what exactly Tech Fluency is. It's not. Yes, I did send it.
That's artificial intelligence.
Sir, please let me just, you are making me nervous whether I should go ahead with this thing or not. Yeah. I thought it was moving. Sorry about that. Yes. Go to second one. Yeah, this was the thing that I was talking about. They have this, they don't have this environment to talk, English speaking environment. Sir, you were mentioning dream in English, eat in English. That's what we don't have, so that is one of the things. And then traditional methods, they often fail to engage the modern learners. Okay, and then there's a gap between classroom learning and real world communication. So what exactly tech fluency is? Tech fluency mainly, it's the seamless integration of technology in learning environment, and multimodal pedagogy is teaching through multiple modes. We all know the 5 modes: linguistic, visual, spatial, oral, and gestural. Now, we have to understand what tech fluency in ESL context is. Next. Yeah, this one. We can see there are 3 components for this: understand, use, and navigate. So U square N, that is how I remember it. It will be easier for me. The main thing is these things. I am also trying to, propose a pedagogy. It is just a proposal using these tech fluencies. So that is one of my aims here. Now coming back to the tech fluency in ESL context, this model shows comprehension, application, and adaptation of various tech tools and strategies that can, improve the learning outcomes of ESL learners. And each component, it follows a progression from tools and methods like digital resources to methods of use. It gives enhanced learner outcomes like improved fluency, better communication, and enhanced speaking. This is next one. Yeah, this is a integration sort of a diagram that I have made. The center part is a tech fluency framework. We can, this is a relation between technology, pedagogy, and language learning, wherein when you blend technology and pedagogy, you get digital tools. Technology plus language learning is language tech, and pedagogy and language learning gives you teaching methods. So the center part is the framework, the tech fluency framework. Now, coming to the, as Madam rightly said in the morning, like you were telling about a lot of theories, so I have picked up 4 which are useful into my study. First one is Howard Gardner's multiple intelligence theory, 83. Second one is Richard Mayer's cognitive theory of multimedia learning, CTML. Vygotsky's sociocultural theory, and multiliteracy theory by the New London Group. So actually, Howard Gardner had given 8 intelligences, and I'm going to use 4 out of this. First one is linguistic intelligence, or the word smart, wherein definitely it will help the verbal communication to be improved. Second one is interpersonal skill, that is person smart, wherein it will help like collaborative speaking, role plays, GDs, and things like that. Body kinesthetic intelligences, it can be through hands-on activities and other tools, other activities. And music smart. So this helps in enhancing listening skills, rhythm speech, pronunciation, and intonation practice. So basically, this theory, it helps the individual approach. If I lack, I will not be, having all the intelligences, but then I will be, one would be prominent in me. So if I am able to analyze or find out a particular type of intelligence which is prominent in one person, I will apply that, try to, if that person is, not, weak in certain area, I would apply that and then try to, enhance that particular this thing. Second one is cognitive theory of multimedia learning. Yeah, this is by Richard C. Mayer, 1990. As the name suggests, multimedia. So this informs the effective use of multimedia and language instruction. It improves comprehension, vocabulary, and oral fluency. Next one is Vygotsky's sociocultural theory. It was proposed by Lev Vygotsky in 20th century, 1930s. It mainly, the word that is important over here is collaboration. So it mainly helps in fluency, confidence, and communication skills of the real-world context. It highlights collaborative learning within zone of proximal development. So next one is multiliteracy theory, MLT. It was proposed by the New London Group in 1996. And it supports the diverse, real-world communication modes like learner autonomy, critical thinking skills, and in ESL context, it encourages diverse modes of expression in learning. So this is a multimodal learning framework. The central part is tech fluency framework. It is a cyclical process, audio-visual input, which goes to interactive practice, then real-time feedback, then digital learning, and the last one is assessment. I'll come back to this in the last thing. Next one, next. Yeah, this is the multimodal pedagogical framework that I want to propose. I have taken on 7 components. First one is listening and speaking. Yesterday, Teresa, she spoke about Duolingo. So I have, I will go with her. The tool that I suggest is podcast and chatbot, in which I found Duolingo is the most, user-friendly, because I have used that to learn, I've tried to use Chinese, to learn Chinese, so that's pretty, it is helping me. So I think what is going to work with me will definitely, one way or the other will work for the learners as well, depending upon the level, proficiency level. And ChatGPT, we all know, we have been talking about ChatGPT since morning. Okay, the integration is audio input, dialogic feedback, and the outcome is independent learning and real-time interaction. To enhance pronunciation practice, I propose Elsa Speak, which is a very, that is also very user-friendly thing. And the integration is visual guidance on pronunciation. You download the app, you speak to it, it will give you, it will record, and it will underline where you're going wrong. And depending upon that, you can, correct wherever you're going wrong. And the outcome is phonological precision and intonation enhancement. I would recommend Quizlet for vocabulary building. I've put Duolingo, next. No, the previous one. Yeah, I've put Duolingo in brackets because I think Quizlet is more appropriate to build vocabulary, because in traditional method of teaching, we used to have flashcards, which used to take long time to prepare, and then, one side you have the word, the other side you have the meaning, and then the sentence, so it takes a longer time. But Quizlet is much more user-friendly, and it takes less time. The integration is visuals and pronunciation guides, and the outcome is improved retention and game-based learning. We all know Duolingo is game-based. It is very interesting. It will, engage the learners with stakes, points, and in that way, you are more, the learners, the modern learners, the young learners are more, they'll be more attracted towards this. Group collaboration, here the tools used are Zoom, Microsoft Teams, and of course Google Meet as well. Audio, video, and shared visuals can be integrated in this, and then the outcome is teamwork and improved fluency. Now, digital storytelling is something, the traditional way of storytelling, you're digitalizing it. The main thing is it is very concise, and it enhances creation. Like once if you're downloading this Canva, you can, you can create your own stories, and then you can add animation, you can add the narration, you can add the, background music or whatever you want. So even that kind of teaching to younger kids or that age group will definitely help them. Next one is shadowing activities. Here in the ESL context, shadowing in the sense mimicking. So you can choose a very short phrase from a podcast or any dialogue, a small one to start with, and then you use, once it is giving, you use that podcast, and then you hear it, then you, reproduce it back. It will definitely, start with a small one. It will help you, these, to enhance the skills. Okay, feedback mechanism is the next one. Actually, I've used Grammarly for speaking, but actually Grammarly is a writing tool. But then what I believe is when you write, you read, and then when you read aloud, only then your speaking will be, it will improve, yes. So that is one thing. So, yeah, these are the benefits that I've just, 6 small points. enhanced learning, instant feedback, personalization, engagement, analytics, and integration. Now the conclusions. Sir, please don't read the first one. It reduces speaking anxiety. Why? Because as madam also correctly said, when we speak in front of people, you have 80 eyes, judgmental eyes. But then if you're speaking to a computer which is a non-living thing, definitely that thing can, you can overcome that. Then digital storytelling, it enhances speech patterns via role playing. Precision and feedback, AI analytics provide targeted feedback. We have been listening that when we get the feedback instantly, immediately, then there's a more chance of, rectifying it and then understanding it, and then, you can improve your skill. Next one is collaborative learning, building vocabulary through content-specific virtual interaction. Integrated learning, it will integrate and it will enhance conversational skills via podcast and chatbots. Speaking and listening, for that I've used chatbot, podcast and chatbot. And personalized path is tailoring learning tools and advanced analytics. That's it. Next. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Calling the fourth presenter.
Good afternoon, respected Chair, distinguished academic experts, and dear students. For the last few hours, we have been in a discussion about how AI can help us better the lives of us humans. And I think it's fitting and worthwhile to have a thought about the experiential and emotional implications of integrating AI to the lives of us common people. So it's in this context that I'm presenting this paper, The Subjectivity Camouflage Through a Discourse of Iteration in the Malayalam Movie, Android Kunyappan, version 5.25. For the Kerala audience, this movie is a very familiar one. And for those who may not know about this movie, an introduction in 2 sentences. This is a 2019 movie. And Kunyappan is the name of a humanoid robot gifted by a techie to his father, to his aging father, as an aid and assistant to carry out his daily routines. And in the beginning of the movie, the aged father, Poduwal, is very reluctant and stubborn to accept this android as his assistant. But as times go by, the android is so witty, or maybe so close to him, it becomes a confidant, a friend and a confidant to this old man Poduwal. And the entire story is a portrayal of their deep bonding and how it culminates. The key points discussed in this paper there are 2 key points. One is about this hyperreality. And this concept of hyperreality is analyzed in the context of Jean Baudrillard's concept of hyperreality, which functions in the relationship between human and the AI, resulting in a camouflaging of subjectivities. In this context, I should say that this humanoid robot acts as the 4th level simulation, where there is no resemblance with the original, and the hyperreal is camouflaging itself as real itself. Technology leads to the creation of alternate realities which might be more soothing and preferable to many access to Poduval. The new reality created with the help of technological simulations is far more comforting and rewarding than his actual monotonous circumstances. And not only that, at one point, though he was a conservative and stubborn father to accept the humanoid at first, at one point the humanoid becomes a substitute for the much wished for presence of his son, only son. Gradually, Poduval bestows on the humanoid a human identity by naming it as Kunyappan. Kunyappan is a name used locally to express love. And the second point is how iteration functions as a mechanism in the formation of subjectivity in both human and machine, and thus emphasizes the transformative power of repeated interactions. To this point, I will come 2 slides later. So this is the picture of the humanoid robot that is gifted to his father, the real versus the unreal. The 4th stage of representation, which I have already mentioned, of reality, where the reflection of reality becomes reality itself. The modern world of technology is a post-human environment where the hyper-reality camouflages as reality itself. The context of hyper-reality emerges when the lines between reality and simulations begin to blur. This I have already explained. That is why Poduval at one point mistake or maybe assumes the humanoid as his own son, and we see a number of instances where Kunyappan really becomes like his own son. Another concept which is relevant in this context is the concept of data bodies. We are all in a wired existence. The inevitable link between technology and post-human subjectivities we can see in this movie also. When Poduval wants to trace his erstwhile love interest, Saudamini, he asks Kunyappan whether it is possible to trace her. Kunyappan says, why not? I shall do it. And he traces her in all digital platforms and ultimately comes to Poduval with the answer, Saudamini is not in the Facebook, she is not in WhatsApp, so she doesn't exist. So only if we are there in the wire, in this existence of this digital wiring, we exist these days. In the postmodern world, everybody is emanating data about their personality, including those of gender and sex. And as Catherine Hale says, as data has lost its body, now it's possible for humans to transcend the boundary of physical and enter the non-physical virtual world as post-human. We are all there in the virtual worlds, as the moderator here was saying, the Instagram, the Netflix tells you what to see, Amazon tells you what to buy. In the words of Yuval Noah Harari, that is mind hacking, because what we think, how we behave, everything is there in the networked world. So we are all in a wired existence. Another idea that the movie explicits is that of identity tourism. In the cyberspace, one can be many. We see Poduval is interacting with his erstwhile love, Saudamini, not as the aged Poduval, but in disguise. So we can be anyone in this, in the cyberspace. Though illusory and transient, this identity tourism provides an ecstatic escape from the trammels of the body. One can escape the limits of the physical body by assuming different identities and live the life they wish in the cyberspace. Now, the last and important point is iteration. Repeatedly, if we live something repeatedly, we become that. The process of iteration play a vital role in the gradual development of emotions, trust and understanding in the characters of both the android and the other human characters. Repetition acts as a narrative device to show how a regular human life is attuned with a sequence of daily routine and how this is disrupted with the arrival of the machine. As the android begins to extend personalized care in response to Poduval's emotions, it starts receiving filial love, so that Poduval dresses him up like a human, applies sandal paste on the forehead, and holds its hand firmly while walking through the village roads, as if a father would do with his son. So to conclude my short presentation, the movie explores themes of companionship, adaptation, and the fluid boundaries between human and non-human relationships. The movie foretells the future of human species as a sort of digital twinning where subjectivities will be neither rigid nor distinguishable. The next stage of human subjectivity can possibly be a camouflage of identities in a world of ever-widening technology. Thank you.
Calling the next presenter, Simi Chutia, Cultural Identity and the Politics of Marginalization, a critical study of Mahashweta Devi's The YY Girl.
Good afternoon, respected Chair. So the title of my presentation is Cultural Identity and the Politics of Marginalization, a Critical Study of Maheshweta Devi's The YY Girl. So this presentation will critically explore themes of cultural identity and the politics of marginalization in Maheshweta Devi's short story, The YY Girl. We will examine how Devi's writing exposes the struggles of tribal communities in India and celebrate their resilience in the face of social and systematic oppression. Through the story of Moina, a young tribal girl from the Shabbat tribe, with an insatiable curiosity, we will uncover the profound impact of education, tradition, and social justice on shaping cultural identity. So the introduction, unveiling the story and its author. So Maheshweta Devi, a voice for the marginalized. She was a renowned Indian writer and activist. She dedicated her life to amplifying the voices of marginalized communities in India, particularly those of indigenous Santals, Mundas, and Orans, and also the Shabbat tribe. Her stories challenged oppressive systems, promoting social justice and cultural preservation. So the YY Girl, it's a story of curiosity and resilience. So this short story centers on Moina, a young tribal girl who relentlessly questions the world around her. Through her curiosity, she confronts issues like poverty, gender discrimination, and the lack of access to education, highlighting the resilience of tribal communities and the pursuit of a better future. So exploring the narrative of the YY Girl. The first one is Moina's quest for knowledge. So the story revolves around Moina, a young girl who is deeply curious about the world. Despite the limited access to education in her village, her thirst for knowledge fuels her determination to learn. Family and community. So Moina's family and community plays a crucial role in her life. They provide support and guidance, but also reflect the realities of their socio-economic circumstances and the challenges they face. Struggles with poverty. So the story also highlights the economic hardships faced by tribal communities in India. Limited resources and opportunities create a cycle of poverty that hampers access to education and healthcare. The value of education. Moina's quest for education symbolizes the importance of knowledge in empowering individuals and communities. It challenges the barriers imposed by poverty and societal structures. So these are the themes of cultural identity. The first one is a representation of tribal culture. So Maheshwara Devi vividly portrays the daily lives and traditions of a tribal community, highlighting their cultural practices and connection to the land. Moina's interactions with nature and adherence to customs showcase a vibrant culture often overlooked. The second one is the preservation of indigenous identity. So despite facing hardships, Moina and her community resiliently preserve their cultural identity. Their resistance to assimilation, symbolized by Moina's thirst for knowledge, underscores the strength of indigenous cultures and challenges forces seeking to erase their heritage. So education as a shaping force. So before talking about the third theme, I would like to quote a line from the text. It goes, quote unquote, "You wash your hands before you eat. Do you know why? You'll get stomach pain if you don't. You know nothing. Do you know why? Because you don't attend classes at Samiti." So this is a line from the text which I've quoted, and Moina was seen explaining to her brother and sister about what is the importance of education. So Moina's quest for education reveals its transformative power. It's not only merely economic advancement, but empowerment and self-determination crucial for resisting cultural erasure and fostering agency. So the politics of marginalization in Maheshwara Devi's The YY Girl. Number one is the economic hardship. So Moina's family struggles with extreme poverty, lacking basic resources and opportunities for economic advancement, a common plight for tribal communities in the story's setting. The second is a limited access to resources. So the story depicts a lack of access to healthcare, education, and clean water, highlighting how limited resources perpetuate cycles of poverty and disadvantage within Moina's community. The third is the gender equality. Moina's experiences reveal how gender discrimination limits opportunities for girls, affecting their education and the future prospects within the community. The societal norms restrict the choices and opportunities. Lastly, the systematic social exclusion. The story showcases how tribal communities are systematically excluded from mainstream Indian society, lacking access to adequate infrastructure, representation in government, and equal treatment under the law. So unpacking Moina's story, which is a microcosm of marginalization. So the why questions. So Moina's constant questioning, her desire to understand the world, symbolizes the pursuit of knowledge and the breaking down of ignorance. Secondly, the importance of education. So despite facing barriers to formal education, Moina's desire to learn highlights the transformative power of knowledge and the importance of access to education for personal and societal development. Thirdly, a battle against societal norms. So Moina's journey exposes the challenges faced by young girls within patriarchal systems and a need for equality in education and also opportunity. So fourthly, resilience in the face of adversity. So despite the hardships, Moina represents the resilience and determination of tribal communities, their unwavering pursuit of a better future despite facing systematic marginalization. So the power of storytelling, unmasking social realities in The YY Girl. So a literary lens on tribal life in India. So Maheshwara Devi's The YY Girl, it offers a profound insight into the socio-political realities faced by tribal communities in India. So the story vividly depicts their struggle for survival amidst poverty, limited resources, and systematic discrimination, while simultaneously celebrating their resilience and cultural richness. Moina's voice, challenging dominant narratives. Through Moina's persistent questioning and her journey, Devi gives voice to the marginalized. Moina's experiences directly challenge the dominant narratives that often overlook or misrepresent the lived realities of tribal girls, particularly in the context of limited access to education and patriarchal societal structures. Education as empowerment and resistance. So the story powerfully underscores the transformative potential of education. Moena's unwavering desire for knowledge, despite facing significant obstacles, represents a form of resistance against oppression and a path towards self-empowerment and societal change. Her questions become a potent symbol of the quest for understanding and justice. And lastly, the enduring legacy of Davies' work. So Davies' work transcends mere storytelling. It serves as a potent catalyst for social justice. By exposing the systematic injustices faced by tribal communities, the YY Girl promotes empathy, sparks critical dialogue, and inspires action towards creating a more equitable and inclusive society. Her legacy continues to challenge us to confront societal inequalities and work towards a positive change. So these are the key takeaways from my presentation, and the number one is identity and marginalization. The second one is the importance of education. The third one is amplifying marginalized voices, and lastly, advocating for social justice. So with this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Calling the next presenter, Pishon.
The title of my paper is Myths, Maps, and Identity Politics, a critical analysis of post-colonial African and Native American literature, language, and cultural values. So I have tried to focus on African writers as well as on Native American or Red Indian writers. And I have analyzed a few texts to focus on this theme, that is how myths, maps, and identity politics work together and create a new space, that provides us with an alternative universe. That's the universe of the colonized people. It is common among African writers to reflect and narrate the African experiences and issues that are associated with post-colonialism. Hardship, hunger, unemployment, depression, penury, and oppression are recurrent motifs of post-colonial African studies. In Nigeria, for instance, political independence seems to have brought neither peace nor prosperity to the country. Rather, it paradoxically has borne witness to economic stagnation. Now, Ben Okri seizes the opportunity, seizes the language of the center and replaces it in a discourse fully adapted to the colonized place. The replacement is achieved by appropriating and abrogating some of the colonizer's language and then using it for enriching and empowering the post-colonial experiences and realities of the colonized people. Ben Okri has chosen the myth of Abiku, and he has well used the image of the road which is always famished. Okri relates these mythical worlds of Abiku, the road and sorcery, to the instability of the country. Abiku stands for a transcendental presence in that it implies somebody who is capable of existing in the physical as well as in the spiritual realms simultaneously. Abiku stands for two clearly opposite meanings, mortality and immortality. The scenic presentation of Azaro's household by the narrator equally portrays the level of poverty in the country. The poverty-stricken home of Azaro also depicts the poor leadership quality that is common in Nigeria. Now I'm quoting from the text. The rain god was merciless for 2 weeks. It rained so much that the sky seemed to have become as inexhaustible with water as the seas. At night, water leaked through our ceiling, which we soon discovered was full of holes. Sometimes in the morning, we would wake up and find slugs, worms, and millipedes crawling about the room. Little snails appeared on the walls. In containers, we found tiny fishes. So we can see how these, images of slugs, worms, tiny fishes emphasize on the theme of hunger, how these tiny beings challenge the existence of human beings. Well, another important aspect of post-colonial literature is geographical variety. Writers deal with history and they reflect on the geographical varieties which provide us with an alternative history of the colonized people. While connecting literature with cultural studies, we feel that colonial connections have an integrating effect on the world. In both Conrad's, all of you have read Conrad's works, I hope so. In both Conrad's and Abdul Razak Gurna's novel, By the Sea, the geographical varieties of Gurna's, texts, the geographical varieties of Africa are revealed through a portrayal of the beautiful coastal areas of Africa vibrating with an energy of her own. Very much like Ben Okri, who has focused on the theme of myth, through which he has challenged the ideology of the subversion of identity in his novel, The Famished Road, Gurna in his By the Sea provides us with an alternative history through the portrayal of the beautiful space of the coastal areas of Africa. So now along with myths, land, water are coming together. Images of land, water are coming together, and these post-colonial writers are using these images as their weapons through which they are portraying their history, the history of their their roots. That is the roots of the colonized people. Time is limited, I think so. Okay, so I'm just focusing on a quote that's by Gurna, in which, he is talking to maps. This is very, unique. This is something very unique. He says in the novel, I speak to maps, and sometimes they say something back to me. They say something back to me. This is not as strange as it sounds, nor is it an unheard of thing. Before maps, the world was limited. It was maps that gave it shape and made it seem like territory, like something that could be possessed, not just laid waste and plundered. Maps made places on the edges of imagination seem graspable and placeable, and later, when it became necessary, geography became biology in order to construct a hierarchy in which to place. So fluidity of words, and at the same time, some static concrete concepts related to exile, political refugee. These two elements have been merged wonderfully in Guruna's text. And now finally, I would like to say a few words about Native American literature. There are similarities between African literature and Native American literature because, American writers, Native American writers, tribal writers, very much like Guruna and Ben Okri, they also have used myths. They also have used, the images of land, and they have wonderfully made use of oral narrative. That is very important. That is, oral literature. And they have their own community culture. They have their own dance. They have their own matrix of existence, own pattern of thought, their own universe, which is, so vibrant, so powerful that through literature, by portraying their way of life, they are, dealing with their very own tribal words, and thus they are challenging those Euro-Americans' colonial culture of globalization. So, ma'am, please play on the video just for a few seconds. It will give you the idea of their different universe that is vibrating with an energy of the tribes who are in love, please volume on, who are in love with the eagles, who are in love with the vast luminous sky, whose existence had been wiped out from the bosom of the earth by the Euro-Americans drastically, brutally. So they are, standing there as rocks, as pillars, asserting their identity through their dances, through their poetry, through their dresses, through their literature. And finally, I would like to quote a few lines from Silko's very famous text, Yellow Woman and the Beauty of the Spirit. And these lines, help us. Please volume, increase the volume. I'm reading out their literature. It's so poetic, it's so rhythmic that we forget about the barriers existing between genres, and their literature makes us think and rethink, is it poetry? Is it prose? Are we talking about the tribes who are dealt as marginalized classes of the society? Or they are the very center of art, and time is ripe enough now to come back to the center, otherwise things will fall apart. So I'm quoting from their text, a sudden storm develops. See how wonderfully, symbolically they're using nature images, they're using words, and through the language study of Native American literature, we can get a deep understanding of their culture. So our seminar topic, language, literature and culture, merge together when we focus on the literature of these indigenous people. I am quoting from their text, a sudden storm develops. The hunter finds himself on an iceberg. Visibility is zero, and the scream of the wind blots out all sound. Quickly, the hunter realizes he is being stalked, haunted by all the forces, by all the elements of the sky and earth around him. when at last the hunter's own muscles spasm and caused the jet knife to fall and shuttered the eyes, the hunter's death in the embrace of the giant ice blue bear is the foretelling of the world's end. When humans have blasted and burned the last bit of life from the earth, an immeasurable freezing will descend with a darkness that obliterates the sun. Thank you very much.
Calling the last
A very good afternoon to everyone present here. I, Devi Bakodar Suting, research scholar from the Assam Royal Global University, standing here to present a paper on intertwining myths to examine the themes of spirituality, gender, and traditions in Nwapa's The Lake Goddess. So Nwapa is a Nigerian author, and this presenter before us has presented about African culture, myths, and importance of oral storytelling. So the presentation that I will be presenting is similar kind of a presentation. So can you go to the next slide? Yeah. So here I'll be talking about African myths and how they are not just stories, but are part of their culture and history. And when we talk about myths, we talk about nature, environment, and how in relation to nature, we see how women are actually closely linked with nature, be it spiritually, traditionally, or culturally. So in this paper, in this presentation, I'll be focused on women's relationship with nature. Okay, so in the introduction, I have introduced the author, Flora Nwapa, a Nigerian author also known as the mother of modern African literature. And most of her works often revolves around the themes of culture, tradition, spirituality, gender inequality, and women empowerment. Nwapa, in this particular novel, The Lake Goddess, focuses on the themes of fertility, marriage, womanhood, sexuality, and breaking the gender stereotypes. So can we go to the next slide, please? Okay. So I have taken up two theories for this paper. The first one is on myth and ritual theory. It is a framework used to study and develop the relationship between myth and rituals. This framework examines how myths and rituals are interconnected and how they shape tradition, social norms, culture, and religious beliefs. So I have taken up Wol Soyinka to analyze the theory through his work, Myth, Literature, and the African World. And I have also taken up feminist theory through Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, We Should All Be Feminists. And We Should All Be Feminists is adapted from her TED Talk delivered in 2012, where she reflects and discusses issues related to her personal experiences such as gender inequality, patriarchy, and gender stereotypes. So these are my objectives and my methodology. So I have, like I said, the paper has been analyzed through feminist theory and myth-ritual theory. So my discussions and analysis. So I am going very fast because of the limitations of time. So, okay, so the novel is very closely connected with myth, folklore, storytelling, and the mythology of gods and goddesses. And as we know, African myths or African legends they are very closely connected to the mythological goddess and gods and nature, environment, climate change, and everything. So, therefore, in this novel, we see the goddess of the lake, this woman goddess named Ogboido serve as a bridge or a ladder in exploring the ritual, tradition, and spiritual connection between the divine gods and humans. So here the god serves as a shelter for women, you know, women who, because naturally women are dominant by the patriarchal forces. So we women would, for example here, women here would go talk to the lake goddess and then try to find shelter and seek solace in her. So yes, can we go to the next slide? So yeah, here like I said, the goddess is peace, and this is the a quotation from the text. She was people's hope and strength. Thus, Soyinka as well in his book has asserted that the divine memory is not permitted to rest, and prayers are uttered as reminders of natural responsibilities and peace. So the theme of myth and the connection with spirituality, gender and tradition are presented through the lake goddess. Like I said, the goddess presented in the novel Obugde, and actually Nwapa in all of her novels, she has actually portrayed this lake goddess in all of her novels taken from Eferu, which was one of the novels to be ever published by a female author from Nigeria. So through this mythological goddess, Nwapa wanted to portray and proclaim the courage, power, determination and strength of a woman. And Nwapa has also proclaimed who the goddess is, and I quote, "The goddess is the protector of women. Life is water, mother and water are the same. Without water, who can live? Without mother, who can live?" So this is very ironic, because on one hand, people would worship, would looked up to, would pray the woman, the lake goddess. But on the other hand, the very same people, the very same society would torture, would dominate the woman in their household or in the society. Yes, so coming to the very central theme, not only in the text, but then in African society, in African culture, it's marriage and motherhood. So marriage and motherhood are central in African society, and every woman is expected to get married and have children, and that too plenty of children, and particularly male children. And why male children and not female children? Of course, they would want female children, and not because of any other reason, but because of the bride price. So there is a thing in African culture which is the bride price. So the bride price is paid either in exchange of cattle or land or anything of that sort. So they believe that marriage first before anything else. There is plenty of time for other things. Marry now and you will have children when you are young. So women at the very young age are forced to get married, and in this very famous autobiography written by a Somalian model cum author, that is Wari, if you all are familiar with, her autobiography Desert Flower. There we talk about this evil practices of female circumcision, where she herself at the very tender age of 5, she had to undergo through this very evil, brutal practices of female circumcision. And the thing is, and why the question arises is as to why they don't talk against or fight back against such evil practices. It is because it is believed that if female circumcision is actually an act of towards reaching womanhood, and if one wants to get married, because the cut that was done during the process of female circumcision is actually an act that, okay, you are circumcised, you are clean, and you are virgin, and you are being untouched. Whereas the women who are not circumcised, they are considered as slut and as unclean and unfit for marriage. So yes, so marriage played a very important role in an important aspect in the African culture. So similarly, in the novel The Lake Goddess, the protagonist Ona, she's the protagonist and the devotee. Though she has children, female childs, but then she finds her inability to fulfill the societal expectations, that is of motherhood, she was left out from that. So which is why she lead her to spiritual journey and connection with the lake goddess. Okay, it is very evident right from the beginning that the protagonist Ona from the age of 2 has learned how to swim, and this could be an indication that she was actually she will be the devotee of the lake goddess. So right at the age of 2, she has learned how to swim, and she would actually pull her father to take her to this lake goddess so that she can go swim and play in the water. So it was in the later part of the novel that Ona, she was possessed by the lake goddess. She then left her husband, her family, and then become a fully devotee of the lake goddess. Okay, so yeah, like I said, Edichi, of course, Nwapa also stresses on the important, like the theme of gender inequality. So Nwapa from the novel, so this is a very the first novel of Flora Nwapa Eferu, who was unable to experience motherhood and was suppressed and discriminated against by society. They both overcome all hardship, refer to Eferu, the protagonist of the novel, and as well as Ona, the protagonist of the novel that I am presenting on, and the lake goddess, so the connection between three. So Flora Nwapa from the novel, she was unable to experience motherhood and was suppressed and discriminated against by society. They both overcome all hardship through determination and become independent and successful, just like the lake goddess. And I have quoted a paper written by Whisker, where she states that the lake goddess, though she has not experienced motherhood, but is still powerful, satisfied, happy, and successful. And by this, I mean like marriage, this is Nwapa's message that marriage is not everything. There is much more beyond marriage if a woman wants to be successful. So I have also quoted quoted this last line from Adichie's "We Should All Be Feminists," where she states that gender matters everywhere in the world. And I would like today to ask that we should begin to dream about a plan for a world, a fairer world, a world of happier men and happier women who are truer to themselves. And this is how to start. We must raise our daughters differently, but we must also raise our sons differently. Yeah. So coming to my conclusion. So as we see, there is a relationship and a connection between myth, spirituality, gender, and traditions in Flora Nwapa, which is provided through, which is seen through the lake goddess. And therefore, thus Nwapa, through her mythological figure, the lake goddess, provides a voice for women and empower them. Nwapa not only challenges the societal gender norms, but also provides space and shelter for women. So this is all for my presentation. Thank you.
This was the last paper.
Good evening all. It's my great pleasure to be here, being the chair of this particular session. Some years back I was here as a presenter, and it's a great privilege for me as a chair here, as Verghese sir told. I am here. All the presentations were very wonderful according to me. Most of them presented, keeping in touch with the theme of our conference, Transcending Boundaries, Exploring Interdisciplinary Approach to Language, Literature and Culture. So there were papers connected to language, literature and culture. And all the 6 people out of 8, 6 people turned up. Anyway, all of you have presented well. If you have any queries regarding of each one's presentation, you can have the queries from the audience. After that, I can give a conclusion to this presentation session. So let me invite questions, queries from your side. For the first presenter, Dr. Madhulina Chowdhury, she had presented on Poetry as Resistance, Noor Hindi, and the Practice of Marginality. So if you have any queries regarding that paper, I think Madhulina Chowdhury can come front, and if you have any, if audience have any queries. I think they can sit here. I think these all presenters can be seated here. That will be we are appreciating them. If you come forward, okay. Just be seated here. Even if no query is no issue, just it's an appreciation for you. All the presenters, please come forward. One more chair. Okay, do you have any questions regarding the paper from Dr. Madhulina Chowdhury, Poetry as Resistance? Please raise up your hand. Yes, sir. You can have.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, not a question but an observation. When we talk about poetry of resistance, especially from marginalized places such as Palestine, it also becomes a poetry of place because it also maps the location with a lot of emotions embedded in it. It is not like a cartography, but it is a literature with cartography, with emotions, with a mapping of those locations, of those lives in those locations which are sidelined. So it becomes a poetry of place in that sense, and also a poetry of empathy because it brings quote unquote the lived experience, the everyday realities of the people, the lives who are subjected to all sorts of or caught in the middle between the politics of Israel and the politics of Hamas in that sense. So just an observation that it is a poetry of place and a poetry of empathy, and maybe also Gannett upon this idea of micro-history, where in literature is not an objective depiction of things but a subjective expression of the everyday thing, taking it to the micro level of individual. So maybe that is also an observation that I thought poetry of resistance bringing to the table. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your observation. And yes, empathy, and that's what actually, made me attracted towards this genre. I will definitely keep in mind your observation and suggestion. Thank you so much.
Anyway, she could conclude her topic with transformative power of poetry while presenting her topic by the conclusion itself and giving some quotations from different poems. Anyway, it was very apt, and congratulations. Okay, as we have not enough time, we move on to the next presenter, Divya S. Hariharan. She had presented on tech fluency, a multimodal pedagogical framework for ESL oral proficiency. Anybody is having any question? Oh. Yeah, yes, even presenters can also.
Ma'am, you talked about digital storytelling, right? So can you just elaborate a little bit on digital storytelling?
In traditional teaching methods, we used to, go for normal storytelling. Like the teachers, they teach, and then the story remains the same, and it's like teacher-centered. But then when you go for digital storytelling, there are a lot of other things that you can add on to, like the animation, the background, thing that you can add, which makes, you can make use of the multimodal pedagogy, like the narratives, music, whatnot. A lot of animations and things which are added on, which makes it digital. So, I mean, it, keeps the learner engaged. It will, that is the, abhika, you can say, abhike learners, you can say that. So, I think that I would definitely go for digital storytelling, which is a very
Thank you, madam. Anyway, it was also so interesting how she is connected tech fluency with the oral fluency. That is the need of the hour. How we can improve the oral fluency by making using of technology, or even there may be some differences, opinion. We are as part of technology, so we have to make use of some of the technologies for the oral proficiency of our students. Anyway, thank you. Congratulations. We move on to Sophia James. She had presented, I think, based on a Malayalam movie, Android Kunyappan version. So that topic is also so interesting for especially Malayalis or Kerala is concerned. Sorry. Anyway, I can congratulate her too. Now we move on to Simi Chutia. I think she is from Assam. I have been there in Assam Global University as part of a LTI conference that Varghese sir also was there. I hope you have been there. Yes, thank you. Okay, if you have any questions based on her presentation, cultural identity and the politics of marginalization, A critical study of Mahasweta Devi's The YY Girl. Do you have any queries? Yes, madam.
It's really informative, and I like that study, like cultural identity and studies related to indigenous. We should promote it. Thank you very much. I enjoyed listening to it.
Yes, it was also really a good paper in connection with our theme of the conference. So I congratulate her too, not putting any questions from my side. We move on to the next one. Daifi Bakodas Sulting. I think she is also from Global University. Okay, good. Intertwining myths to examine the themes of spirituality, gender, and traditions in Flora Nupas, the Lake Goddess, 1968. So, if you have any questions? If not, okay, anyway, I also congratulate, please. Madam, do you have any question? No. Okay. So, she had also presented her topic very well, using the technology, using the, what we say, PPTs, and she could convey the idea very clearly using that particular author. So, thank you. Congratulations. Madam Priyanka Banerjee, her topic was myths, maps, and identity politics. She was also so powerful while presenting her paper and showing video, and in that way she could convey the idea very clearly to the audience. So her topic was myths, maps, and identity politics, a critical analysis of post-colonial African and Native American literature, language, and cultural values. So, audience can have the questions now. Madam, my question, do you have any special reason for selecting this particular topic for this seminar or this conference?
Special reason?
Any reason? Yes.
Actually, the theme of dissent is a very interesting theme.
Yeah.
And nowadays, in this war-torn world, I think that we should think, rethink, and we should deconstruct the ideas of subversion.
Yes, ma'am.
Because the dominating section of the society, the dominating race, the dominant, the dominant power is controlling the marginalized section of the society. So I concluded my paper with a few words. I say the time is ripe enough for a new rise. So Madam also dealt with Palestinian poetry. That is
Yes.
also, the poetry theme of dissent is the predominant motif of that literature. And in Native American literature also, I have found, as well as in Nigerian literature, that protest movements, along with their, a reflection, they're talking about their own cultural heritage. So in this war-torn world,
Yes.
we are forgetting about our own cultural roots. So that is why I have chosen this topic.
So thank you. Once again, all the participants, all the presenters for doing a wonderful job, and thank you to the listeners, and thanks to the organizers for giving a chance to me. Thank you all.
Thank you. Tea and refreshments are served outside. Please help yourself quickly. I request
Good evening, everyone. So it's with immense pleasure I stand before you. And not at the end of the conference, but I would say in the middle of the conference. See, we had 2 days of discussions, deliberations, offline, and we'll have 1 day online conference. So this conference on transcending boundaries, exploring interdisciplinary approaches to language, literature, and culture, this would be a valedictory session of the offline conference. Tomorrow we have an online conference where there are keynotes and paper presentations. In fact, in the beginning we thought of having it 3-day offline, but there were many requests, especially from abroad and also within India, especially from northeastern states, and I'm happy that many could turn up. But some at least requested they want to be part of this conference. That's why we thought of having a 3rd day online. So we have come to the end of the offline conference, and that's why I said I'm really happy about it. See, we had announced panel discussion sessions, keynotes, plenaries, networking sessions, and to a certain extent, I think we could keep our word, what we have announced. The panel discussion sessions were quite interactive, and a few of them literally generated heat. So, I would say the speakers in general are maybe the youngest man, Samshul Haq, to the, I mean, though he looks a bit old, and the first comment, no. See, in fact, see, the first comment I got when he arrived at the hotel itself is many were reminded of our own former President APJ Abdul Kalam. So, there it started. And naturally, these 2 days are the discussions. I'm really, in fact, I'll have to go through or watch YouTube live. Okay, YouTube to assess, to give my own assessment of the sessions. But what I understand is everyone is happy. So that's also important, okay. To a certain extent, see, there were a lot of deliberations and discussions, but at the same time, making people happy and our students are happy, our guests, that's what I understand, okay. That's what I understand. So, and we all are happy because it was, I should say, a journey, arranging a conference with so many speakers from different nationalities. And I should say we got help from, maybe because the speakers themselves helped us a lot. I won't say how they helped me and Christ College to conduct this conference, but it was of a great help from the speakers, from the delegates, and also from the presenters. And usually what we see in conferences of this magnitude, the papers, we have a kind of mixed papers, mixed in the sense some will be really good. But what I understand, even what listeners told me was this, almost every paper was done quite well in the sense they did contribute something to this conference, and much more than that, see, a word which I mentioned in my welcome speech yesterday. I think everyone had some or have some takeaways from this seminar, because I've attended a lot of conferences. I was speaker in many conferences, but this was, not because I organized or we, the English department organized it, but there are real takeaways. That's why I said I'll be sitting and watching the YouTube to maybe to gain or to get the experiences that you shared here. So in fact, this is a very short function, and I think I must stop. I welcome all of you, each and every one, with heart full of joy, a mind full of what I call information and wisdom. On my behalf, on behalf of the Department of English, and on behalf of everyone who have gathered here, welcome you all to this short valedictory function. Thank you very much. And what we look forward to are one or two feedbacks, that too in 1 minute each. Okay, right? Then we'll go to the, certificates are there, you can collect them there. I think we need not distribute the certificates here, it's all ready. So we need 1 or 2 or 3 responses, your feedback, and then Mary ma'am would call it a day through her vote of thanks. Thank you. Who will start the feedback as the question? From somebody say something.
It's from the participants?
It can be from the participants, it can be from the delegates or the presenters, it can be even from the speakers.
Good evening to all. This is the forum I got the opportunity to present my paper about the Montessori system of education, which helps the student or children from the early childhood onwards. I have to thank the organizing committee for this, and I have taken away so much of inputs from all the speakers, different level, especially about the AI. Anyway, so it's a nice one. Thanks once again.
Good evening, everyone. Dignitaries often on the chair. I don't know how to speak English that much fluently in front of the mic, actually. I'm very afraid, but thank you, everyone. This was my first time attending an online offline conference and volunteering, and I am I'm happy that I'm actually, I have this, I don't know how to say, but thank you everyone. Okay. I wear the sari first time yesterday because I wanted to welcome you guys in the traditional way, and I did my best. I think you all enjoyed my presence here, and I enjoyed your presence. Thank you everyone. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. I am an MA student from English and Foreign Languages University, Shillong campus, and I am currently doing an internship at Vimala College. And I got to know about this conference through like faculties in there in Vimala College, and it was one of the precious conferences I have ever attended, because this is a vacation time for me, and I came here in Kerala to enjoy, and I didn't think I will get anything productive to be done in this vacation time, but here I am, and I also presented a paper which I never thought I would, and it was a great opportunity. I got to meet a lot of people from so many different places, and most of them were had good connections with other faculties and dignitaries, so it was a good opportunity. And thank you everyone for this conference.
Hi everyone, good evening. My name is Surya TB, and yeah, I'm very thankful that you are being part of this conference. Yeah, thank you.
I think I will say one part, if I may, just one. Good evening, everybody. We just were lucky to actually be a part today. I know it began yesterday. I cannot say on yesterday, but today. I think all that we learned was, no wonder there were major takeaways from how emancipation of women can have, right from the ancient times till day. We could see through the paper presentations today, that was a major takeaway for all of us. We need to work on that. I mean, we really need to ask ourselves also, as women, are we really emancipated? Do we feel emancipated? That was one. But more than this academic input, I think we got to see a real leadership model in Professor Samshul Haq Saab. We wouldn't agree to that, because the way he's motivating everybody to come up, this leadership is required, sir. I think we can carry it back to us. This is important. And second, Professor Dr. Varghese, the way Dr. Varghese has actually shown a very inclusive character in terms of accommodating everybody, bringing in front of all of us a galaxy of speakers, I think. I mean, I could see from Malaysia, from Bangladesh, from various countries, from Philippines, and I got to make a lot of new contacts, and of course students. This was wonderful. Everybody in Kerala I have seen, especially Tiruchur. In the other part I was in Mallapuram too. Everybody is so welcoming, so fresh, so bright, and with big bright smiles. And just definitely for everybody, I could also learn Dr. Ajay, who was here, and he's been, I could see your commitment and dedication. It's wonderful to see that also, and we have a lot of learnings from everybody. And our three dedicated compares, I think they are the backbone, who has been with her. We learned a lot from your commitment, your dedication, and your willingness to, even I was running into a problem, the way you troubleshoot. Okay, so this shows us that AI may lend us into a lot of problems, but if we have the right kind of technocrats or help, it can be a wonderful supporting tool. So we got everything, and Mary ma'am, I could see, I mean, I just joined very late, but I could see the way you were behind everything, the support, the anchor, all that is needed. So I think from each one of us, from there to everybody, it was learning for all of us, provided we want to learn. That's a major takeaway. In a class, a teacher would give to everybody, but not everybody would have the same kind of learning. So I think each of us, and we got to know so much from Ms. Prabha today about a Montessori system. So I think everything was wonderful. We also say how, I think she's not here, but she was very scared. The one who did text-heavy poetry, she was a bit scared. But then, tech fluency. But the way she carried on forward, so this also shows we all have phobias, but we need to handle them. And I also got to meet my very old, I think, friend in Thailand who I met, Professor Anusaya. I never expected her to meet her second time in this conference. It was a pleasant surprise when I could see a very familiar face in the morning. So we had met in Thailand, we are meeting now. So I think this conference has been learning experience for all of us. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Believe me when I'm saying this from the core of my heart. The day I came to Kerala, I was in Kochi, then to Alleppey, and then here. And I swear, given a chance, I will never go back. People are so warm, so welcoming, and everything, the streets, the houses, the people, they are so beautiful, so supportive. So I'm really blessed, and thank you, sir, for making me a part of this conference. I'm really taking away lots and lots of things with me. Thank you so much, each and everyone. Thank you.
Good evening to all of you. I am Prabha's husband. I am the senior citizen 76. Why I asked her to attend this conference is, there is a reason. When I saw Varghese, the name, I immediately remember Dr. Varghese Kurian. Because I joined the organization National Dairy Development Board, Anand, about 40 years back as a first employee, and I worked with him, and I remember Dr. Varghese and Varghese Kurian. That is number one. The second one is, don't mistake me and don't laugh, because the word A I heard for the first time here using in some other context or text. My A, because I was in the animal husbandry department and dairy development. A means artificial insemination. Because, I am exporting Murrah buffaloes in Delhi, Haryana, to China, Bangladesh, and to a couple of more countries like Vietnam, not to Philippines. And why I felt this was, this artificial insemination or artificial intelligence, you put it. The same artificial intelligence I was hearing in many parts of the country. You know why? What purpose? Don't again laugh. The fertility centers are established for those who cannot produce. You know what I heard in the fertility centers, really do not know what is happening, but they produce. You understand what I say there? Yes. So this is nothing but artificial insemination. So the artificial intelligence, the word I heard here, and the way in which they have applied, and someone's arguing it strongly, is not worth, because the human brain, Dr. Professor said from Bangladesh, he said the artificial intelligence is only, need not be put, and it need not be explored. And also the gentleman from Philippines, he also said that no, there is no need for such kind of a thing. So all these things I was just thinking about it, whether it is required or not. But ultimately, you want to practice, you practice. Don't want to practice, you leave it. You apply your mind. But anyway, this conference is a wonderful one and given much better opportunities to many. And I have seen many of these doctorate girls and the scholars speaking such a wonderful English. My goodness, I haven't heard the people making such a kind of a presentation, and the way in which expressed everything, well, all goes to you and the conference. Very good. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. So yes, officially we have come to the international conference. So yes, talking of my experience, which I have had here, it was very great. The place is actually very peaceful. The people are good. Everything is good here. The people, the houses, the streets, everything, each and everything is very good. And I found a very similarity to to my place, Assam, if you have visited. So I have told my supervisor that, ma'am, it was a bahut dhunya amar nisna. So I told her that the place is as similar to as our place. So yes, I'll be taking lots of memories and lots of takeaways and insights. And also, yesterday I was a good person. I was good. Today I am better. And tomorrow, as I return to my home, I'll be a better person. Thank you.
For the information of everybody, I still have 3 more conferences to do here in India. We will be flying to Goa this weekend, but I'm telling you, I can go home now. I'm pretty fulfilled with everything from the friendliness and intelligence and wisdom of people. And when I say people, that's both the faculty and staff and the students. I am so much grateful for everything I learned here, for everyone I met, and I will forget probably what I learned today, but I will never forget the people that I met, I talked to, I walked with. And yesterday I said congratulations to all of you. I'll take it back. Congratulations to me for being here, that I chose to be here, and to meet you, being educated by all of you. And this will be a special thanks to Christ College, especially the Department of English did it. Thank you very much.
I invite Associate Professor Mary Patros, Convener and Vice Principal, for a vote of thanks.
Good evening. It's really been a wonderful 2 days. We had a showcase of talent in the form of Professor Muhammad Shamsul Haq sir, who started the show. And I can't say we are ending it today because we still have the online part left tomorrow. But right from Professor Muhammad Shamsul Haq to the last speaker of the day. I must say it has been a tremendous learning experience for all of us, including the organizers, because conducting a seminar or a conference is not an easy task. But we are really blessed to have a very talented, gifted HOD and Dean of International Affairs, who, as somebody said in the beginning, he's a globetrotter, but he doesn't come back empty-handed. He comes back with a long list of contacts, and he makes it a point to see that these contacts are utilized or even exploited, if I can put it that way. So the entire credit for this conference, for managing the show or making it possible, I think definitely goes to our HOD, Dr. KJ Varghese. Though I'm supposed to be the convener, as I already told you yesterday, I was relieved of all the pressure because I'm supposed to be retiring after 2 months. But I have such a wonderful team in the department. All my colleagues, beginning with Dr. Varghese and all the others, Mr. Shindo, Mr. Bibin, Dr. Anusha, Dr. Stenza, Ms. Ria, Ajay, all of them have put in their best. And I'm sure that you have benefited in some way through this conference. So it is indeed my pleasure to propose this vote of thanks. I thank, in their absence, our principal, the manager of this Christ group of institutions, without whose support and constant encouragement, this conference wouldn't have been possible. I also extend my deep felt gratitude to Professor Mohammad Shamsul Haq for, what should I say, motivating us to put in a good, become better, and probably end everything by becoming the best. That is something I heard for the first time. Thank you, sir. Your presence was a real, something that we'll treasure, we'll cherish forever. In spite of your age, you've shown that learning and making contacts is not limited by age. So most of us should learn from that. We make excuses for not attending conferences, not going or leaving our comfort zones. So this should be an eye-opener for us. The way, even at this age, Professor Haq or Hawk, I still don't know the correct pronunciation. Anyway, my deepest, sincerest gratitude to you, sir. Thank you so much for joining us and being with us throughout the offline sessions of the conference. Ms. Julie Simon, who I had the pleasure of meeting when I presented a paper at Shinawatra University, a very friendly. The other thing that struck me about all the persons who came here, all were very friendly, all of them. I mean, we never, sometimes the guests are intimidating. Sometimes they make us feel a little at a loss. But here I think everyone was equally friendly and the mingling type. So we were also very at ease, I should say. We didn't feel any strain. So Miss Julie and Ivan, where's Ivan? Yeah, Ivan with his constant photography of all the special moments, I should say. Both of them, he kept asking me about our traditional sari, even the bindi. So all this is, the very theme of our conference is language, literature, and culture. So even though he is not an actual participant, he was here throughout, and he also has something to take away, I'm sure. Okay, so thank you both, Julie ma'am and Ivan, for your wonderful presence here. I thank Priyanka ma'am, our poet. It was really, mesmerizing hearing you present Oath, reread Oath, I should say. It's a wonderful poem. I hope it's there available on the, where can we do it, hear it again? It's, oh, so, okay. Yeah, because it was nice listening to you. And the experiences you shared with us, all these things. And you also brought something with you, which I'm sure most of us will be taking back home with us. So thank you, ma'am, for your presence throughout this conference. Our guests today, Dr. Kasi Firdausi Islam, Dr. Joey De La Cruz, Priyadarshini ma'am, Madhulina, yeah, and Simi, all of them. Simi just mentioned that the Kerala people are very hospitable. They have enjoyed their stay here. But I think what we saw yesterday on the stage when Simi was presenting, or when she was performing the traditional Bihu dance, that was also a learning experience for us. So this is how we make contacts, how we get to know the culture of different people and different places. So thank you all for your enriching presence on our campus. We deem it a blessing that you have visited us. Thank you so much. Dr. Kwasi and Dr. Priyadarshini, everyone. Your presentations, especially dealing with AI, because that's an emerging area. And I think many of the things that you mentioned, Dr. Priyadarshini, I think they might even provide ideas for research for many students. I was also interested, but I don't think I'll be venturing. I don't have a doctorate. I had my own inhibitions about that. When I joined this profession, a PhD was not a necessity. And immediately after qualifying the NET, I got a job here. So I kept postponing, but I think it's a necessity now, because now everyone has to do it, okay? So many ideas. I personally, felt she has given students many ideas for research in the emerging field of artificial intelligence. So make use of, this is how we can benefit from any conference or workshop that we attend. So thank you to all the speakers. I don't know if I've left out all the presenters, including Ma'am, Prabha Ma'am. I don't know your names, as you said earlier, Prabha Ma'am's husband. By the way, I would beg to differ. You talked about artificial insemination and artificial intelligence. But I'm a person, I know I'm taking up some time, but I should voice, why I said that. I conceived through ICSI, that is through artificial insemination, after 16 years. So just like infertility treatment gives people who cannot conceive naturally an opportunity. Similarly, let's look at artificial intelligence as a help for people who, as somebody said in some presentation, a push, somebody who maybe they don't have that much of a creativity or something, maybe ideas, they can get ideas from AI, which will trigger. I think that word was also used. Scaffolding. Scaffolding. So let's look at everything positively. So we know any invention, any discovery, it depends on how we put it to use. Everything has its positives and negatives. It depends on the human race, what use we make of it. So I just wanted to say that, okay. I hope no offense. Okay. Okay, so I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the presenters, the chairs who came from far and wide to enrich this conference. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Yeah. I would like to thank our students, the volunteers, who worked tirelessly right from cleaning the dishes in the hotel management department after our lunch, both the days, to everybody, right from registration to the end of the show, everyone who put in something, who contributed something, my heart goes out to them. Thank you, my dear students. I thank our technical team, Mr. Jijo here. You see the young man in the blue shirt. Earlier he was our student, but now he is a part of the IQAC team of Christ College. So you must have noticed his presence here yesterday and today. So he managed the YouTube and everything, photography also, I think. So thank you, dear Jijo, for being with us. And last but not the least, I would like to express my deep appreciation to Dr. Stenza and her team for, you must have seen them sitting here throughout. She hasn't moved from there, Dr. Stenza. She was behind all the, right from the brochure, the poster, everything was designed by her. So we are indeed lucky to have such a person in the department. But she has been, so she has trained all the students who helped her with the comparing. Thank you, dear Stenza. Thank you, Alima, and all the other students who were in the team. Forgive me if I've left out anyone. So looking forward to continued association with all of you, all the guests from different parts of the world, and also with all the other presenters, everybody. I think I'll stop with that. Thank you so much.
We'll have a quick group photo right now. Thank you, ma'am, by the way. Thank you. All right, that is the end of offline conference today.